So you're a liberal leftist, right?
Uh, I don't. I don't think. I mean, I'm a scientist. What do you? I wouldn't put myself in like
Do you have a
boxes like
political
that. But
party?
what was that?
Is it not? Is it your live about politics?
Yeah, yeah.
What political party do you affiliate with?
Oh, Democrats for sure.
So would that call you a leftist?
I mean, I I don't really like the labeling, and I think that that's kind of like it's not very productive.
What area in the United States with leftist policies is doing the best? In
California
your,
for sure.
you think California is doing really good in
Yeah, oh
what
yeah.
area?
I mean, it's the fourth largest economy in the world, so I would say that that's pretty good.
Do you think that, okay, so in your opinion,
hmm
more money is better?
I think it's like a good indication of where the United States is in relation to California and what it gives to the world through economic development and scientific breakthroughs, that kind of thing. Yeah.
So economic development and scientific breakthroughs are
hmm
why you think California is leading the edge.
Yeah, for
However,
sure.
in the last year, firefighting has left hundreds dead and no technology advancements at all. Like
Oh, there
even
isn't.
old technology. Well, I
Oh,
mean, you
damn.
tell me, how did you think that California handled the fires? The most recent.
And the ones in LA that the Republicans cheered on and they were excited that
Do you
people were
think that
dying.
they handled
Is
it
that what you're talking
well?
about?
How do you think that the leftist government handled the fires?
I mean, pretty good considering how many people there were.
You think that they handled it well?
Sure.
Why?
I mean,
How many lives lost?
how many people live in
Like
LA?
hydrants being off,
How many
no
people are in
fires left.
LA?
A lot.
Yeah. So like people dying is kind of, I mean, that's a lot of people, bro. It's going to happen.
So in a neighborhood when the government doesn't have when fire hydrants don't have water,
hmm
when there's no fire trucks, there's no equipment to fight fires,
hmm
when it's a high fire season and the fire chief is gone, all of that you're just like, oh,
hmm
whatever, there's a lot of people there, it's fine.
It's a lot of people, man. There's a lot of things to do. You can't really like run the spigots on every single fire hydrant in the entire place
Why not? That's what they're for.
because there's a
What do you
finite amount
what do
of
you think a
water.
fire what do you think a fire hydrant's for, man?
Do you think that there's a finite amount of water?
I think that there was a reservoir for the fire hydrants specifically. Did you know that? And it
Okay.
was empty.
Let's say that there is. It's fine.
So, okay, you just automatically think that leftists are doing a good job in California and
I
you're
wouldn't say
fine.
that the
Okay.
LA is leftist, bro. Like that leftist is specifically anti-capitalist, and they're firmly capitalists in California government. So you're just
So,
using keywords trying to like
well, fine.
entrap
If you
people. You
want to
don't
use the
understand what
word
they mean.
leftist, the Democratic government allowed fire hydrants to not have water, fire departments to not be funded, fire departments to not have vehicles
Okay.
were destroyed. Where meanwhile, there were literally subdivisions in the same area that were built that had their own private fire department who didn't lose any lives or any property damage at all.
Yeah, that
And
makes
you're
sense.
and
There's going to be a private,
you're like, oh well, there's a
yeah,
lot of
private
people.
company that has extra resources and extra vehicles and extra firefighters just for the
You think that
billionaires.
the,
Yeah, of
you
course
think
there's
that the
going to be
private
like more people
well,
there.
it's not private. It's not billionaires. It's just private versus democratic. Okay,
Okay.
so it's just private control versus a Democrat mayor, and like this is like you minimize the loss of life and the
Nope.
loss of property,
Nope.
well, okay, so you don't have any problem with it at all. You think they did a good job? That's what I'm asking
Dude,
you in general.
dude, the loss of life while the Republican Party like pulls citizens off the streets and puts them in prisons and exports them into to other countries. You're going to talk about the loss of life when Republicans and Trump administration talks down 1.2 million people dying from COVID.
You want to do a red herring argument and change the subject?
That's not red herring, bro. That's like they're talking. I'm talking about what actually the consequences of actions, and you're trying to pinpoint like specific things, and it's like, what are you talking about?
We're not changing the subject to something else.
I can do whatever I want, bro. This is America, and I have free will. So
the red herring argument is not intellectual.
You're just using like keywords. You have no idea what I'm talking about. That's not a red herring argument.
You're not having intellectual or a legitimate argument. You're just trying to change the subject to something else using keywords yourself.
That's not true at all. You think it's keywords? The Constitution is a keyword. The fact that citizens are being arrested on the streets of LA. Is that okay?
You just try to change the subject in every sentence.
Yes, because there's bigger problems right now than the management of the fire department of a LA fire that the Republican Party cheered on and was excited that it happened. So you guys went from oh yeah, fucking California sucks. I can't wait to see it burn to oh my god, my favorite state, California. Oh man, I'm so sad to see it burn. I can't believe it. What a beautiful state. Like, do you think
your entire conversation is based
off BS argument that we all see through it, dude? It's ridiculous.
So Republicans won the majority of the last presidential election. So you just
not really no. I mean, the people didn't
just
vote.
Want to generalize and say
are we talking about election results? Dude, who won 2020?
I think that the popular vote in
who won 2020? Who won 2020?
Every time I open my mouth, you want to change.
I'm gonna keep going back until you answer the question. Who won 2020?
You don't get to demand answers.
Who won 2020? Exactly, because you can't sit there and talk about election results when you don't even accept 2020. You don't even accept 2020 election results, dude.
You're just trying because you don't have a point and you can't argue.
I do have points. I have many points, and you're getting trounced right now. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you keep sitting there and you're impugning the rights of Americans because you're trying to divide people as opposed to actually stand up for the Constitution, standing up for the citizens, standing up for these people that are being jailed and thrown to other countries.
You're just like your entire thing is just one logical fallacy after the next.
Oh yeah, the Constitution's a logical fallacy. The fact that you can't jail citizens erroneously is a fallacy. I know it's a real inconvenience. The Constitution, isn't it?
You just can't stay on subject. That's why you have
because you can't handle what's going on. You can't handle reality. That's the problem that you're having.
I can't handle the conversation.
Yeah,
that's why you got to change points.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. You have no idea what's going on. You're trying to actually pin me down.
Like this on
what?
Like you can argue like this on TikTok, but in the real world, you can't.
I do jujitsu, bro. I do jujitsu. I would love to come down. I would glad, bro.
What are you talking about?
I would glad. Trust me. Trust me. In the real world, I would glad. Trust me. No. I welcome your chance. You want to talk about real world? I welcome you. I welcome you.
I'm trying to get tough with you, but you can't listen to the rest of
You're trying to, and you just got trounced, bro.
No.
So, dude, what do you want?
In the real world, you can't.
In the real world, what? In the real world, you're not going to do anything.
You can't use logical fallacies to make your point.
There is no logical fallacies anymore. People are using. Trump is using AI and disinformation. Like you have the HHS putting out disinformation about vaccines. You're going to talk about logical fallacies. Like what world are you living in?
Every time I open my mouth, you change the point, dude. Do you not understand?
Do you understand what's happening right now? You're getting trounced every single sentence, every single time you open your mouth.
Every time I say something, you change the point.
I'm not changing anything. I'm changing. You're right on the point that Republicans are in the hands of billionaires. All they do is actually just bootlick billionaires all the day. They have no actual ideology except for bootlicking autocrats, like Trump. It's ridiculous.
This is, you know what?
What?
I wish you the best, and I think that you're going to make it far in TikTok. All right? You have a great night.
Thanks, dude. Thank you. Don't come at me with bad faith arguments, guys. Don't come at me with bad faith. I'm so down to sit there and try to have a good, you guys know, a patient, good, sound, really good argument, discussion. But the idea that you're going to try to pin me down on these stupid clips, these stupid talking points, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. So anyway, as I was saying, I have a really good show planned for you guys tonight. So thank you. I see that people guesting. Thank you guys for everything. So I got some cool things. I see wisdom. I think it's we're gonna go Joe. No, sorry, it's wisdom first, and then Joe, and then Garrett. Okay. Hopefully, honestly, if that guy's still listening, I just felt like he was coming in really hot, really bad faith, really quickly, and I matched his energy. If he wants to have a calm, rational discussion, I'm totally down. Hopefully he's still watching. I'm not trying to clip farm. I'm not trying to get one up on someone, but Gary, yeah, you can come on first, dude. You weren't in the request when I was up there. Okay. First, guys, first, I actually have something I wanted to go through. I wanted to go through our science segment since it's the first thing. Wasn't planning on having a guest that early, and he joined in really quickly, so I was like, whatever. Hello, hey Gryffindor. So what I'm going to do, we're going to unveil our new segment. Our new segment. Are you guys ready? This is exciting. This is good news. Here we go, guys. This is it. Oh, come on. No way. Yes. Thank you. This is it. This is our new segment, the peer review, where we talk about the cool things in science that nobody else is talking about. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. Thank you. This is it. All right. So now we are going to talk about some articles. So the brain one. All right, a brain reading implant. A mind reading brain implant that comes with password protection. A brain computer interface decodes in real time the imagined speech of people who have difficulty enunciating words. The peer review, science news, the peer review. A brain implant can decode a person's internal chatter, but the device works only if the user thinks a preset password. Wow, that's interesting. The mind-reading device or brain-computer interface, BCI, accurately deciphered up to 74% of imagined sentences. The system began decoding users' internal speech, the silent dialogue in someone's mind, only when they thought of a specific keyword. This ensured that the system did not accidentally translate sentences that users would rather keep to themselves. Wow, that's real. The password thing, that is really crazy. Okay, cool. Really cool. That's interesting. Anyway, the study published in Cell on the 14th of August represents a, quote, technically impressive and meaningful step towards developing BCI or brain chip interface devices that accurately decode internal speech, says Sarah Wandelt, a neural engineer at the Feinstein Institute for Medical Research in Manset, New York, who was not involved in the work. The password mechanism also offers a straightforward way to protect users' privacy, a crucial feature for real-world use, adds Wandelt. Avoiding eavesdropping. BCI systems translate brain signals into text or audio and have become promising tools for restoring speech in people with paralysis or limited muscle control. Most devices require users to try to speak out loud, which can be exhausting and uncomfortable. Last year, Wandel and her colleagues developed the first BCI for decoding internal speech, which relied on signals in the supramarginal gyrus, a brain region that plays a major part in speech and language. But there's a risk that these internal BCIs could accidentally decode sentences users never intended to utter. That's interesting, says Aaron Kuntz, a KUNZ, guys, KUNZ, a neural engineer at Stanford University. We wanted to investigate this robustly, said KUNZ, who co-authored the study. First, her colleagues analyzed brain signals collected by microelectrode placed in the motor cortex, the region involved in voluntary movements of 4 participants. All 4 have trouble speaking, 1 because of a stroke and 3 because of a motor neuron disease, a degeneration of the nerve that leads to loss of muscle control. The researchers instructed participants to either attempt to say a set of words or imagine saying them. Recordings of the participants' brain activity showed that attempted and internal speech originated in the same brain region and generated similar neural signals, but those associated with internal speech were weaker. That's it. Cool, guys. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Pretty good? Are we good? Is this good? How cool, huh? Thank you. Yeah, it is. Exactly. So it's kind of like the Neuralink kind of like stuff that's going on. And yeah, I think that that's like a really interesting thing. I don't have any, obviously any, I don't have any specialties in that, expertise in this area, but the fact that they can actually decode the internal versus external speech is actually really interesting. Okay. So we do these every hour now too, guys. I just want to do the shout out to our latest sub. Thank you, Jen. Thank you for being the latest sub. Oh, dude, I love you too, Jen. Thank you. The shout out to our likers out there. Thank you so much for hitting it. Thank you, Petra. Thank you, Jen, for liking. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Petra. Thank you if it's 1 like, 100 likes, or 1,000 likes. Thank you for hitting that. That really drives people to the stream. It really drives the people to get involved. And honestly, guys, I'm looking at the data, and I genuinely am not kidding. Like, I think that this has to be one of the hottest TikTok lives that's happening right now. It's insane. All of our numbers are just, they're straight vertical. It's crazy. We had over 100,000 likes in the last 2, and it's like more than doubled our followers every time now. It's seriously crazy. We were going from like 20 to 50 new followers every stream, and now we're getting over 200, which is just unbelievable. So thank you guys so much. Thank you. And also we've thrown in the link tree in my bio, or actually I should put in here. Let's see here. Let me put this out here. My link tree has all my links for $5 super chats. If you want to enter into a discussion, you can do that with a $5 super chat. I'll read it right as soon as I get it. So you can ask a question without being involved into the voice chat. The Discord links there, guys. The Discord links is there where you can join their community, where you can look at our show notes, look at the primary sources that we're reading, and have a science discussion. We're talking about microscopy, which was pretty cool. Confocal microscopy pictures. I actually showed pictures from my original nanotechnology algae biotechnology paper. It was the first time ever that we showed that DNA actually could be delivered to the algae chloroplast with DNA, with carbon nanotechnology, single-walled carbon nanotubes. So it's incredible. Also there is my YouTube archive. If you guys want to take a break mental health break. I totally understand. That's totally understandable. But you can watch the rest of the show there. Also, all my publications are there. So if you guys know paywall, just all the PDFs right there if you're interested in what kind of science I do and what kind of scientist I am. So thanks, guys. Okay. So, all right. Let's go with. Oh, thank you, Michael. You're awesome too. Okay, Garrett, chill, dude. Okay, I think Joe was first, and then you, Garrett. Okay. I don't have any long COVID research. No, I don't want to. I don't do mammals, so it's kind of like tough, man. I don't really want to. So there we go. Okay.
Can you hear me?
What's up, Joe? How's it going, man?
Hey, how are you?
Good, man.
So I know you guys sometimes get into the political stuff and you're more on the science stuff.
Yeah.
I know I like a couple minutes. I wish that hater you guys were still around because I was hoping to collaborate with you on an issue.
Okay.
And there's a guy named Jose Barco. Okay, he's
Okay.
facing deportation. I think I probably lean right. You probably lean left, but
Oh, dude, yeah, because this whole dude, yeah, exactly. How do you feel about all of the Trump deporting citizens and stuff?
well, hold on. This is I'm talking about a specific case. Okay, Jose
Okay.
Barco. He's a military veteran. He has a Purple Heart. He committed a crime. He did a drive-by shooting after he was blown up by a VB IED in Iraq, I believe. And he joined our military. They turned him into a weapon. Obviously, he entered the state of mind of, I'm at war. And then when he came home, it never left him. He suffers from PTSD. He was blown up in a VBID. And he served his time. He's done 15 years.
Yeah.
Colorado, and he was supposed to be let out, but it was actually the Biden and Trump kind of worked together on this, both agencies, ICE agencies, to kind of screw this guy over, if you would.
Dang.
So I'm working with, she's the former mayor of Colorado Springs, I believe.
Good.
And he has a legal team, but I'm going to use my story, but I also am trying to help with the media push and try to inform people like you, maybe bring you guys on board. I know that you focus on science, but I think left, right, regardless of what it is, this guy, he has a wife and kid. If he is deported to Venezuela, they're going to, whether or not he's dead, they're going to make it so that he wishes he was dead. So,
Sure.
If I don't know if I know you haven't followed me yet, but if you're willing to make a video on it, if you're willing to talk later on, I think it's a good cause. I think might help you with getting an audience as well. But I want left and right to come together to say this is a unique, novel case. Republicans don't want this guy deported because he's a veteran. Obviously, Democrats don't want him deported. He's an immigrant. Let's make humanity happen, right?
Yeah.
Are you with me?
I mean, yeah, I don't want anyone deported, man. I think that it's like I think our Constitution and our DOJ is strong enough that we don't need to deport people.
We need to get enough ears on this. We need to get enough eyes on this. Because you have the left and right politispheres that are talking past each other. And I think it's a win-win-win if we can get this guy saved. So if you want to follow me and we could talk about it offline. But
I just followed you. I am curious though, how do you feel about them deporting these people, like some of them US citizens, to these Venezuelan prisons?
There's two groups. And I've when we talk offline, I've worked in immigration law. I've helped veterans who were immigrants. It's very, very sad that our government failed these people so hard. But I also lived in Colombia and Venezuela, so I have a unique perspective because I know the majority of the people who are coming here are economic migrants who
Mhm.
possess a Bolivarian identification card. And actually, if they're not associated with the government, they're going to end up in the very position I was in, which they're going to be essentially kidnapped, wrongfully detained in Venezuela once they're returned. So, this is another example of American centric thinking failing us once again because
Mhm.
we've created this situation by through sanctions and through all sorts of overextending our hand into Venezuelan affairs. And this is kind of the karmic effect, right? It's the blowback.
Do you think that we're
So,
at war right now with Venezuela?
I think, I think that obviously we're not at war with Venezuela. I think
But
that,
that is the executive order that was signed. We are legally at war with Venezuela right now.
well, I know personally, like
Isn't that weird?
they would have murdered me, or I'm sorry, unalived me. I apologize.
No, it's okay. You can say the word, dude. I don't ever get like those type of I don't ever get those
Yeah,
type of things. So
I'm not.
that's all
I'm
good.
not. Yeah. So I would say like I can hold two ideas to be true at the same time. I understand from first experience that the Maduro regime is a cartel. It is anti-human, and even the people who are in it, the guards that guarded me, they're kidnapped and hostage themselves. If they do
Mhm.
anything against him, they're going to be, their families are going to be disappeared. So, you know, it's a question of how could we allow humanity to kind of, I guess, take precedent, because an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, and it's
Yeah.
clear that on some level he's despotic. But how do we exert influence upon him without causing greater acts of, I guess, what would be violence, or you know, the aggregate effect being more anti-human death, suffering, torture.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Cool. I followed you. Let's we can talk or we can join later. There's just like a queue. So thank you, man.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
want to talk more to you about
I
this though for
appreciate
sure.
you always having me. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
Okay.
Not maybe on here. We
That's
can
fine.
text about it or something. Okay. I appreciate
Okay.
you being willing to listen. Okay.
Cool. Thanks,
All right.
man.
Love you, man. All
See
right.
ya.
Later.
Love you too, Joe. Thank you guys. Always love the thoughtful chats. Okay, Garrett, you're next, man.
Dr. Newkirk,
What's up?
how are
Good,
you
dude.
doing?
What'd you think of the science section? Wasn't that sick?
Wait, what?
The science feature, the peer review.
That was really cool, actually.
Oh,
It's
sick.
a cool concept,
Cool.
but I don't know if it'll ever happen in my lifetime.
What do you mean? We did it. We did do it. You did do it. We were doing it.
Wait, people can speak without like being able to speak now, or what?
Oh, the Neuralink thing. Oh yeah. I mean,
Oh,
that's
what
kind
were
of
you
crazy. The
talking
brain
about?
implants. I mean, dude, the thing is the problem is like people don't even are vaccine hesitant and now we're gonna like brain implant people. I just feel I'm like very cautious about that. I don't know.
I tell you what, I'm not getting that. I will never get that. That's the mark of the beast. It sounds like.
That's for a lot of people. That's what it would be, man. So,
Yep, mark of the beast. Just like Elon Musk.
would you trust
You know
Elon Musk?
I don't trust Elon Musk after he led Donald Trump and talked and bashed him. I don't trust him.
Okay.
I hate Teslas. I hate electric. I hate all that. I really do.
Gotcha.
Dr. Greg, you ever driven in a big Hemi?
Yeah, dude.
Big
Feel
old
that
V8?
rumble, you know?
Oh
Feel it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, climate change can never take me away from my big Hemi because I love V8s.
Yeah.
Tell you what,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna stop hunting. Hunt me
Yep.
some opossum, raccoon,
Mm-hmm.
squirrel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, some coon. Yep, some
Yep.
raccoon dog. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Greg, I'll have to take you hunting sometime. Would you like
You
to
know
go
me.
hunt some?
Yep.
Would you like to go hunt some grizzly bear down in
All day.
Wyoming?
All day. I love it.
Yep.
Do you ever skin? Do you ever dress your meat? Do you dress meat?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Nice.
Yep.
How do you feel? Is that a wild feeling or what? Feeling that spine just snap.
I'll tell you what. There's nothing else like it. You know, so down here, my family, I have 4 brothers. each when we turn 12, our dad sends us out there with a knife, and we have to kill a deer with our bare hands.
Oh man,
And then we
I hate when
skin
that
it.
happens.
We feed her. Well, you hate it. That's a good thing.
Well, no, I like to go alone. I like to go into the nature with nothing just but my knife and my balls. That's it.
Yep.
Yep.
Tell you what, that's when your balls are up, when you're in the wilderness
Yep.
alone
Yep.
with a knife and nothing else.
Mm-hmm. You know me.
But
Yep.
pretty girl by your side, you don't need nothing else.
No girls. No girls. I want a love that can fight back. Really. You know.
You love that fight or what?
Yeah. Yeah. That's too wussy. Girls are too wussy for me. I want big, strong, hairy. You know, I want big. You know, with a good left hook. You know what I mean?
Dr. Greg.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Give me
you
an uppercut. Give me an uppercut. You know what I mean? Give that.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
You ever put a cattle guard in your truck and go hunting for deer with your cattle guard?
Mm-hmm. You're a rear naked choked.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do a little MMA, some jujitsu, some.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a good time. It's a good time.
Yep, got some big old bull bars in my truck. I like to go run off some.
I got some big old bull bars in my pants.
Dr. Greg, that is inappropriate.
That's not funny. Not funny.
Dr. Greg?
No.
Dr. Newkirk?
Yes.
I could hire you. You know, I could hire you.
I mean, you could. I mean, your mom did.
Do you want to be a ranch hand? You got your hands dirty from once, Dr. Greg?
They're dirty. They're dirty from last night.
How do you feel that Republicans work so that you Democrats can live off your tech and your silly scientist jobs?
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy that, I mean, if we didn't have all those Republicans siphoning hundreds of billions of dollars from the Democratic states, what would we ever do? I don't know. It's incredible.
How are they siphoning all that money? What?
I don't know. That's just what happens, isn't it?
You don't know. Okay.
Yeah, that's just what happens.
Yep. That's about Democrats, you know. They don't know. They don't know a lot. Everyone knows that.
Something like that.
Tell you what. Yep. Dr. Greg, you want to have some American bison jerky?
I want to buy some jerky. That's right. That's right.
No, like on a serious note, have you ever had American bison, Dr. Greg?
Something like that. Something like that.
Dr. Greg, why are you trolling?
What do you mean? Okay. All right. It's been fun.
Let's have a real conversation now.
This time? Okay, you have to get. That's the second time. Dude, you came in hot. You came in hot, so I'm coming hot. All right. So wait. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I actually didn't mean that one. So thank you. All right. Yeah. We'll do the second round. We'll do it. We'll do the second round. Michael wants to chat. I always like talking to Michael, so I'm gonna bring him in and then.
So what?
Yeah, Michael's an awesome guest, and he's very nice, and he understands what we're trying to do here. So I appreciate it.
Hey, everyone in chat, you guys see how he doesn't want to debate me? He wants to make jokes.
I know. Every time.
I'm the only person in Dr. Greg's live that can beat him in a debate.
Every time.
Yep. I'll tell you what.
All right. 1 second, Garrett. 1 second. I see you. Michael, what's up, dude? How's it going?
Hey, good afternoon. How's it going?
Good.
Boy,
good.
big surprise when I first got on here. It's like, I don't know, you ever heard that joke from Rodney Dangerfield? I went to a boxing match and a hockey game broke out.
No.
I get in thinking it's going to be real nice and calm. Okay, what's the subject going to be? And all of a sudden you're ripping into somebody. It's like, wow. What a start to the night.
Dude, he was just like, are you a liberal? Are you a leftist? Are you a leftist? Are you a liberal? Or what's, it's just like, dude, like, what are you talking? I thought you came in really hot and really, really heavy-handed. So I tried to calm it down for like the first 30 seconds to a minute, and then it's just, I don't know, man. I think like people like that, they respect you more if you actually stick up for yourself and you say things that, in their opinion, are offensive, right? Because their whole thing is like, facts don't care about your feelings. So he'll come back and respect me more because I stood up for myself. You know what I mean? It's like watching a UFC fight where the guy doesn't fight back and he just runs away. It's like the whole point is like to fight back, the whole idea. So I think it's I personally don't like that kind of stuff. I don't prefer it. It gets kind of boring for me, but you know, that's just what it is, I guess.
Yeah. So actually, the interesting thing, the reason I got on a little bit early here because I got to work in the morning, but so I always have news things pop up. I'm always reading all the news stuff, whether it's financial, medical, things like that. So Jamie Dimon, you know, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, was giving a speech there at the Reagan National. I guess they're in California. I guess it was yesterday, and kind of ripped, of course, into Trump because how NVIDIA is trying to get a big contract with China to sell them a lot of their AI chips, which would pretty much put us, you know, in the dark ages here. And of course, Trump is saying, don't do that because, you know, their stuff is out of date. So, you know, number one, but number two, he actually brought up, and, you know, want to hear your opinion on this, which was shocking, that he said he was embarrassed that the U.S. was getting 100% of their penicillin from China.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know if it was just last year or so, but yeah, it was in the article, and it's actually at the very top, and it's pretty much everywhere there. But I guess last year, day before, or last year, but he was actually saying that their penicillin that they were getting was, I guess, manufactured directly from China.
Well, I mean, honestly, I guess that doesn't necessarily surprise me. You know, when I was in producing, I was making yeast in order to make beauty products, basically, that weren't like from shark liver. So there's a thing that's in beauty products that basically is only from unsustainable methods, and we used to make it squalene. We used to make it in yeast, and we used to send it down to Mexico in order to ferment it. So, you know, it wouldn't surprise me. It's super awful in terms of like the ecological, you know, impacts, the CO2 emissions, and I mean those fermentation jobs are legitimate, man. Those are really good jobs. So, it does make me kind of sad.
I guess I'd, you know, figure that they would try and do something like that here in the States, you know, when it comes to penicillin or other types of, you know, medications or injections and things that, especially, you know, I guess it's something, penicillin is something. Well, I guess you were talking yesterday about the other, with the other doctor about the other medication that they just created, or that was just put back on the market, or put onto the market.
There was a new antibiotic that was just created for the last 20 years. It's huge.
Yeah, but that was pretty much just about it.
I mean, we are, and you know, one thing that Biden did do is like create a tariff that basically made it so that our NVIDIA GPUs couldn't go over to China. And that was a specific tariff on one thing in order to stop from that flow of technology to basically cement the U.S. companies as a leader in that space in AI. And, you know, you got to give it to them. Like, that was a good idea. It was a targeted tariff that created, you know, Meta and Google and all these other companies like really getting a jump start. But what's happening now is that Trump, because he's a wannabe autocrat, he loves all this attention, and he's basically selling out our entire future as a country to the highest bidder. So he's going around to Saudi Arabia, to China, and he's dangling these GPU chips in front of them saying, don't you guys want these? Don't you guys want these? And they do, obviously, because nobody else in the world can make them. It's a really hard thing to make. Nobody else can make them except for TSMC and NVIDIA. Samsung has tried to make them, but failed. So it really is just these NVIDIA GPUs that can do this. And, it's gross. Like, Trump is getting nothing out of it, but he is asking 15%. So it's crazy. A 15% kickback to who? To where? To the Treasury? I have no idea. It is very odd. All CNBCs, like, they're like, this has never really happened before. It's where is this money going? It is very strange, but we'll have to see.
This meme coins.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to the meme coin. I think it's going to the Treasury, but that is a good question. Is like, where is that? And obviously that's a huge source of corruption, right? With the yeah, Jen, exactly. It's got you increase the tax for everything going to China. Then now China's products are just going to get 15% more expensive. So it's it's ridiculous. So you're right though, man. It's an interesting thing to follow, is the NVIDIA GPUs and that flow of information. I definitely think it's interesting.
Yeah. All righty. Well, I'll let you get on to the next guest there. Just thought I'd bring that up real quick and get your opinion on that.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for joining in. Always a good time. I always love when you join. So I appreciate it.
All righty. Have a good night.
All right. You too, man. CIA, where's that money go? Well, it's to me, dude. The CIA paid me, and that's why I'm here. So, Yo, Michael, what's up? How's it going?
What's up, brother? I'm just at the gas station up in LA.
Oh,
Driving
nice.
back down. I told you.
Dude,
Oh my
our
God.
first guest said that the LA's burned to the ground and that it's they did an
I
awful
was
job.
just
Is this still
dying.
there?
I'm laughing so hard because I'm sitting here. You know how you text me today and you said, I was like, how often do you do this? And you were like, every night. And I'm thinking to myself, why? Now I get it.
Dude, he came in really hot, so I felt like I have to like match his energy. But I tried to slow it down, but I felt like it was a runaway train at the very beginning. So,
I mean, I used to be nice about all that stuff, but then you reach a point where you're just like, I can't, I just can't listen to this nonsense anymore. You were absolutely appropriate. You were totally appropriate.
Yeah, this is a weird thing to focus on. I mean, the idea that we're like somehow micromanaging the LA fire department response, when it's like we literally have the National Guard going, 100 troops into a vacant, empty park in LA, and that's an efficient use of resources, but we're gonna micromanage like hydrant usage. It's like, give me a break,
right?
man.
Or putting the where they stuck the Marines at the Westwood FBI building, in Wilshire, and the 405, and they're sitting there, and parents couldn't drop their kids off.
Yeah, they don't care. Camp. Exactly, dude. It's like these people. This is what's really makes me mad, is that this is literally the point of having like local police to actually push back on these people and really kind of like establish some control that, this is the local police. Like, you're okay here. We have this handled. You don't have to like step in here. But, because of SCOTUS and the Federalist judges that spent their entire life in this Federalist society are now nowhere to be seen to be sticking up for federalism and not sticking up for the fact that the federal government is separate than the state governments. And but I guess hypocrisy is their superpower. It's disgusting.
No, I agree with you. I'll tell you, this whole thing scares me because, if you get pulled over by the cops now, or, federal agent, they can do whatever they want. Before it was dicey, but now with everything, I don't know. It scares me. I can't keep sleeping every night with the TV on, with CNN on, or something like that. Like waiting for the next ball to drop. Anyways, did you see that? Did you see that video I did today on why do celebrities have a surprisingly high rate of chronic Lyme's disease, even though there is no such entity as chronic Lyme?
Oh, really? No, I didn't see it.
Literally,
what was it?
Well, literally within, I spent it for like 2 hours. I already have 5,000 or 7,000 views.
Wow.
Holy moly. Insane. But there is no such thing as chronic Lyme's disease. It's not recognized by any society. But because it was in the news last week, Justin Timberlake suddenly announced that he has it, but he's never gotten a tick by, Justin Bieber, the Hadad
What?
twins, a bunch of the Real Housewives. Oh
This is
yeah, I mean, you
wild.
can. So chronic Lyme's is not an entity. Okay, it's not recognized by the American Academy of Neurology,
Uh-huh.
American Association of Infectious Disease, nothing. But yet, why? I did have Lyme's in 2015, legit,
Mm.
got bit by a tick. But why do all these celebrities have Lyme's
Yeah.
and chronic Lyme's, which doesn't exist? And it's because it's in fashion. They don't want to say that they have anxiety or they have depression or they have substance abuse.
Mm.
It's sexy to say you have chronic Lyme's, and then
Yeah.
these charlatans on the internet give them ozone therapy. They're perfect. So now they're a
Oh.
PR.
Oh my
So, but
gosh.
I mean,
That's
it's
crazy.
insane. Coffee enemas, urine
Exactly.
therapy, ozone therapy.
IVs.
I mean, there's no, dude. There's one guy who's putting in PICC lines and treating people with chronic IV therapy.
No
But
way. Oh my gosh.
first of all, um, yes, there is a, like, whatever. If you believe in long COVID, there is a long sequelae of people who had acute Lyme's disease. Very small percentage, very rare, but you had to have acute Lyme's.
Yeah.
So it's all these people, and the press is just buying it. And so many of the comments I've gotten today from people are like, "Thank you for speaking the truth. There is no
Interesting.
such thing as chronic Lyme's," and it's like, I know, like, I
Interesting.
know, yeah.
Wait, so
But
about long COVID, I mean, there was I thought that there was, I mean, isn't the Iwasaki lab doing a ton of research on that, looking at the neurodegeneration of it? And it's I think it's 20% of people that develop COVID symptoms have long COVID.
right, but it's such a I mean, it's such a nebulous thing.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, I know, like, in New York, I knew somebody that supposedly had long COVID, and they were going to
Mhm.
Mount Sinai and in a trial for this, but it's the same symptoms of fibromyalgia. It's the same symptoms
Gotcha.
of fake chronic Lyme's. You have fatigue and neuropathic pain and cognitive disturbance. You know what I mean? So
So do you think it's triggering other things like chronic
why?
fatigue and
No,
stuff like that?
I think it's real, but is it due to antibodies that you develop? I mean, is it due to immune complex? I mean, I don't know, and they're never going to figure it out. So,
Yeah.
but people like to assign a diagnosis to something because it makes them feel better.
Okay.
People need a name. I mean, don't you agree with me?
Yeah, I do feel like it's a little. I agree with you that it's nebulous. I guess I thought that Iwasaki was looking into. There was a review that she just put out talking about some type of neurodegenerative mechanisms that they were talking about. But mechanistically, I agree with you that it's kind of it's a little nebulous. Let me see if I can find it. Long COVID.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in that, but I mean, because
Yeah.
the symptoms, like, the young group of males who did get myocarditis from the vaccine. Okay,
Mhm.
that's real.
Yeah.
The one group is now, are they, because there's some people blaming long COVID on COVID, but then there's some people blaming their symptoms on the vaccine. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know how they're ever going to be able to decipher what's what, because the vaccine obviously was never meant to prevent people from getting COVID, even though people think it was. So how are you going to say for the vaccine deniers that it's their problems from the vaccine versus no, the problems from COVID? Like, we know 100%. I wrote a paper on it on my Substack. They have found that the COVID virus lives in coronary plaques indefinitely, which is people don't realize that they think everybody who died from COVID died from respiratory failure, but actually one of the main causes of death is plaque rupture. Same thing as a regular heart attack, because it's such a potent inflammatory mediator. So you have plaque rupture and you have a regular heart attack. And there's two randomized placebo-controlled trials of people who are on statins versus nothing when they went into the ICU with severe COVID, and they had a markedly reduced incidence of major adverse cardiovascular events, also known as MACE. So, yeah, so statins is now one of the principal treatments of severe COVID. But the point I'm making is it, like, is it because of the vaccine and all these vaccine deniers is giving them fuel, or is it from the virus itself?
Interesting.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Michael, thank you for jumping in as always. I appreciate it. I sent you the long COVID, the Iwasaki lab's the best long COVID lab that I know of. So they put out a review this year, June 2025, talking about the neuroimmune pathophysiology of long COVID. So I thought maybe that's like that's the last one that I know of. So
yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, man. Cool.
Okay,
it'd be interesting
to.
I would love to hear your thoughts on it, because I'm not good with mammals, so I love to hear your thoughts on it. But
I'm not good with mammals. You're pretty smart, man.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you. But yeah, I am, Nico. I am, dude. Kamaya's definitely gonna win, dude. There's no way. He dominated. But yeah, Michael, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you coming in as always, man. I can't wait to talk to you again. All right, see ya. Have a good one. Kamaya, he did one. Dude, he won every single round. He dominated. He took him down and just ground and pounded every single time. He was shooting for everything. It was crazy. Dude, I mean, Duplessis is really, his times were limited. Come on, man. He was never really championship material. I hate to say it, but let's be real. Okay, Brooke and then Nico. Hi, Brooke. How's it going?
Okay. Hi, Dr. Greg. How are you?
Good.
So I guess he talked a lot about, because he's a doc, about COVID and this and that and the next thing, but
yeah,
I'm really concerned about this lack of empathy and education in the U.S.
Sure. I agree with you.
And tying it to what I call the zip code problem.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that if we are funding schools and everything pretty much through property taxes across the U.S., we really can't get ahead with solving issues of understanding each other. Because while we might be speaking linguistically English out loud, I find again and again, and I'll come on camera in a second.
Sure.
I find that what I said and what I intended, until and unless I ask, what did you hear me say? Not meaning that you're deaf, but in the same way that there's the black box on the plane and what happened afterwards, as evidenced by, sometimes I'll be on a TikTok live and I'll see in the comments people saying nasty things, like right now, she needs to stop talking. Lovely person, lovely soul. And I don't know what the way forward is, except to put it out there.
Yeah. And
talk about, if people are in empathy, food, education, transportation, news, and environmental deserts where we're not valuing slowing down, building intentional communities, coming out of a set of shared values about doing what's right.
Yeah.
Like emotional intelligence, a conscience, a code of conduct. How do we move forward right now when everything's under attack, and including the sciences?
Well, I really am blown away by jujitsu and how it really changes. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Sheep. The way that jujitsu is really unique in that it allows you to, one, get to know a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds, which is fun. And then two,
Yes.
like the connection that you have with them is unbelievable. It's actually one of the people in my class is doing their PhD on one of their kids. It's an observation that they made was that one of their kids is like autistic. And the idea was that this allowed one of their children to have kind of like this newfound ability to understand people and have that connection that they were kind of lacking. And I think it's such an
Probably because
interesting
they're
way.
moving their body. They're moving their body.
And you're wrestling with one another. So you have kind of like, no, it's not any sport. It's specific to jujitsu because you are wrestling and grappling with someone and you are that close to them. Like you really do have like a weird connection. It is like an intimacy thing, you know, where you're not normally like, I'll be real. Like I normally don't have someone that close to me unless it's my wife, you know, and then we're, you know, wearing clothes and we're sweating on top of one another.
I would not either. I would not do that behavior either. I'm not that kind of person.
So I'm telling you though, but it really makes you like, I don't even know a lot of these people's last names, but I love them like with my entire heart. Like I genuinely love them and we're there for each other in a way that's like, it's like an unspoken compassion, warmness that you have for one another. No, you definitely have a team. I understand what you're talking about, Katie. Kate, sorry. I gotcha. I'm just saying, I guess it's unlike a sports team in the fact that you are you're coordinating with someone, you're creating that team idea, but then on top of that, you're getting this like physical element, this wrestling, this grappling together that I feel like is different. I've played on sports teams before and I've had a good time and I've had friends, but this is like a different type of intimacy.
This is a whole nother level
of
grappling with each other and our humanness, which is, it's almost like my ex-husband was in the jazz business. So it's like you're coordinating sort of a symphony, but with bodies, but it's a sport and it's physicality and consent. We don't have
a lot of consent, right? Consent in that you're consenting them to be there. And then on top of that, you're also like tapping, you know, and saying, hey, you could break my arm right now, but I'm going to tap and you're not going to do that. Or you could choke me out and kill me, but I'm going to tap and you're going to not going to do that to me. So it's kind of like this amazing, you know, trust exercise too.
You know, this is really interesting that we're talking about this right now because every day I'm thinking about this loneliness epidemic and the 170 million Americans with 0 to 2 friends. I think I probably said I'm in it right now. So the former U.S. Surgeon General that I brought up the other day, who did Dr. Vivek Murthy, and the intimacy recession that Scott Galloway is talking about. I feel like if we don't go there and if we're in a non-spiritual, non-sensual culture, and I'm blaming our culture, it is white culture that's promulgating this. So, but when I sing at Baptist choir, and I'm spiritual, not religious, and they know this, it is the union of spirituality with sensuality. And I feel like a lot of this white supremacy that's going on is because they're not in their bodies. There's not a conscience, a code of conduct, empathy, and we're not employing things that would help us get there. Like you're using jujitsu, but in polite society, if we use things like food and music, where you're not having to use your words, but you're getting to know people in another way.
Exactly. It's a really cool idea. I got 2 other people in the queue. Thank you so much for popping on, Brooke. I really appreciate. I think you're onto something, and I was actually on your when you popped into the other panel too, and you're talking about this, and you're such an advocate for this, and I think that you're talking about an issue that a lot of people are dealing with right now, and I just want to shout you out, and I appreciate you being such an advocate for people when they need it the most. So, because I grew up in elementary school, I had zero friends. You know, I wanted to commit suicide. You know, I wanted to. It was awful. It was so lonely,
Suicidal
and
too. I had been suicidal too, and I didn't have
yeah,
many friends growing up. But this happened as a grown up,
yeah,
and it's it's actually quite common, and we need to put it out there that there's nothing weird about you. But until and unless white culture talks about feelings and emotions in the way that black culture does, yeah, I heard you preach. We don't do any of that as white people. We
the
don't.
affirmations. You mean? Yeah.
Well, they're like, you know, it's like full throated in your body.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. Well, thank you so much. I will I can't, yeah, requeue if you want, and then Gary, you always leave, dude. Almost just about to get you in. Requeue, Gary. Let's see.
About my sorry. Anyway, I'll
It's okay.
disconnect.
It's okay. Have a good one. Sorry. I'm sorry, Brooke. It's okay. I was just about to invite him and that happened. 1 second. Let me see. Let's see. Let me throw out an invite to Gary. See if you can get in real quick, Nico. Sorry. Let's see. I sent you an invite, Gary. I mean, honestly, Jen, I haven't gotten a warning. We'll have to see. So I think we just keep going. I think it's okay so far. I think that there's a lot of like, these are the things that you can't say on TikTok, but then you talk about it and I'm totally fine about it. So I don't get it. So I think that it's the TikTok AI, I don't know. It seems to be okay for me. So yeah, we're just going to do it until I get limited, then it's okay. Gary, what's up, man? That was cool. I was
Hey, can you
so
hear
happy.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That was awesome joining your live earlier.
Oh yeah, thank you for doing that. That was awesome. So you had an interesting night.
Oh, were you here for the first guy? Is that what's up?
First guy, yeah, the first guy.
He came on hot. So I tried to simmer it down, dude. I tried to simmer it down, and I hate those conversations, but I feel like it's like, yeah, the only way he's going to come back is if he respects me. It's kind of like the jujitsu guy that runs away. You kind of have to play the game. So I don't know. I hate it. I hate it personally, but it is what it is.
Well, it was just he came right onto the live saying, "Are you a leftist?"
Yeah, are you a leftist liberal? Like, you throwing out all the thing. Yeah.
Leftist liberal. Let me just talk to you. You know, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
But then he starts to say, "You are arguing with logical fallacies."
Mm-hmm. I know. Yeah, it's
That was
unfortunate. I feel like those type of situations, you can't just like be the punching bag for someone, but that at the same time, like he's not coming in good faith, right? That's the whole thing. Like, he's not asking legitimate questions, asking to wait for the answers, and he's not listening to your answer anyway. So I feel like it has to be, he's trying to stick up for himself and try to, show in his mind that he's strong or his ideas are strong, and you got to kind of do the same, I guess, unfortunately.
Well, and it's interesting because he jumps on and makes this big leap that it's a Democratic or liberal policy that caused the fire hydrants not to work.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. Like Texas has awful problems with all their infrastructure, and how many like rolling blackouts do they have constantly, or the lack of heat during the floods and everything like that. It's like,
and the cold snaps. Yeah,
exactly.
Well, and if you had brought up Texas, he would have said, "You can't change the subject," right?
Yeah. Well, Texas, it's Texas is magically the best thing ever, or it doesn't matter that Texas's economy is smaller, or it doesn't matter. Right. But that if Texas was the biggest economy in the world, or at least in the United States, that's all they would talk about. So it really, I'm sure it really gets to a lot of Republicans that the size of the economy in California is so large. Although, I mean, devil's advocate kind of thing. I mean, it probably is because there was such an influx of like oil at the very beginning of Southern California that really established Southern California as such a like a metropolis. People don't realize that, but like, I mean, Southern California was just oil fields that were mined.
That's right.
Like a crazy amount of wealth was created there because of that.
Also the military, like San Diego really exploded because of the investment in the military with World War II.
Exactly. Yes. I mean, but at the same, that's why I always preface with like the economic development that we use that money for to create the technological advancements for the entire world. Like, I mean, California it was a world player with silicon chip investment, the invention of the internet, CRISPR, gene editing, like all these other things. Like we've made huge strides and been a global player, unlike really any other state, really maybe other than New York, so I don't know. That's just my opinion though.
Yeah, no, it was just funny, that guy, but
if I would hope that he comes on in the future and we can have a more amicable conversation, genuinely. So.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of like you want, like you said. Well, so I missed it because I actually had to leave and do a little bit of my own life, and then I came back. But I noticed that there were the younger guys that wanted to jump on with you, like Garrett and Joe. Did they come on?
Joe did. Joe's advocating for someone that's a veteran that's being deported or something. So that's what he came on with. So I thought, So I don't know. He's going to DM me and give me the details and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a question for you.
Sure.
About like the education system and your kids, and we have kids that are kind of along the same age spectrum. And I don't know if you're noticing this, but as they've started school, like in their language arts and English classes, there's a lot of focus on AI generated content. I've appreciated that they're very, they're very like forthright and saying, this is what AI is. This is how it can be used. Don't be afraid of it. But this is also what happens when you use it and it's not your own work, kind of plagiarism.
Interesting. I haven't had that. My oldest is 8, so they're not at that age yet. That's interesting that they're prefacing that.
Yeah, like every one of my kids' language arts class, their English classes started out with AI, and they weren't. What I liked is that they weren't negative about it or conspiratorial about it, but they were just like educating. This is how it works.
Yeah.
This is how you can identify AI content. When do you use it? When do you not use it? So I was wondering what your thoughts are about using AI, like to help you. So like if you're writing a scientific paper, obviously, JFK Jr. apparently tried to generate fake papers in his little report. But what do you think about, or your thoughts about AI supporting or helping with scientific writing for whether it helps to write some of the content that based upon your prompts, or you're using it for deep research?
So I actually have an article today about this. Actually, I'm strongly against it, and like the reason why in scientific writing, like the writing process. So a lot of people don't realize that scientists like are writers. We do only, maybe in my PhD work, maybe 25% of my time was actually spent doing lab work. Most majority of it actually is writing, and searching through the literature, doing an experiment, and then researching through the literature again to, plan my experiments. And so, the writing process actually,
you don't think that, because one area where I thought, because I agree, I'm published as well in scientific articles, and
cool.
But I do think I do wonder. Don't you think it would be helpful to use it for lit reviews? You were mentioning doing lit reviews.
Sure. Yeah, it's like an interesting way of, I mean, so personally, like when I've had to do consulting for like private companies and stuff like that, they're coming at me with, hey, this is this field, this is where we're in. And like the first step, it's kind of like gives me a Wikipedia article. I'll go into Google Gemini and just kind of like say, hey, this is what this field is. Give me academic, the highest impact reviews and that kind of stuff. And it does spin out like when 30 minutes, 45 minutes, like basically a literature review that's 45, that's, 100 citations. And I think that that's good, but in the process of scientific writing, where the process of writing in and of itself, it creates a way that you need to prove and write out something yourself. So I think that it does have a lot of benefit actually to kind of say, this is why I did this, and then this is what the result was, and then this is why I did this next step. And through that writing process, I actually was able to see multiple times that like, oh wait, actually this doesn't make any sense, or I didn't think about this, or there was actually another way of doing it, and why didn't I choose it this way? So it just kind of gives you another way of like searching through what's happened in your research, so that you can make it even better. And I think that that's the real goal, is like through writing, it makes you a better scientist. I mean, I didn't do any AI for any of my dissertation, any of my papers. I knew it was possible. ChatGPT 3 was out, so it wasn't as good as 4 or 5. But yeah, I actually love writing now, and the fact that I have a process that I've honed, that I understand now. It's mostly I actually put a clip out if you're curious about it, but it's mostly outline stage. So I spend about 90% of my writing time outlining, and then that's where I actually do my first edit too. So I'll put my outlines together, then I'll write in the first and the last sentence, so that I'm stringing the thoughts together, and then I can kind of see how everything puts together. And if I don't like the paragraph order, if I don't like how it's all transitioning, I can just transition it right then, right? I can change the order really easily without having to like move the entire paragraph, or because then it's just, there's more, it's harder. So yeah, I do first sentence, concluding sentence, and my first round of editing in the outline stage. Now I put like block quotes. I'm not just like taking snippets of it. I'll do a block quote, so I'm not attributing anything to anyone. And then so I take a lot of time at my outline. It's very detailed, very big. And then, but then at my actual writing process, it's so easy. Like I'm not staring at a cursor on a blank page. It's literally just like copy first sentence, put it in. Then I'm writing commentary on the data or the quote. Boom, boom, boom. 3 sentences. Copy paste concluding sentence. Copy paste start sentence. So that process is super quick, and everything that is on that paper is specifically meant to be there, and it's all gold. Because I think that when I was writing as a novice, I was basically like, I just need to get something done and I can polish it later. And that never works for me. That never works for me.
That never works. No. Yeah. It doesn't. That is so. When I first published in Clinical Oncology on genomic medicine,
Cool.
AI wasn't around then. It was, and then I also later I published in the Harvard Business Review, but I just didn't. I'm out of touch a little bit with AI, but I just noticed it with my kids' homework, and and I wondered if you had seen it too. But what I've done now is I'm writing, as you know, I'm writing. So I do love to write, and I'm writing these fiction books, and that's different.
Yeah, it is.
It is really different to write. Yeah, then obviously scientific writing is very different. But I've had to change my mindset and take a few kind of like online classes, because literary prose is also a skill you have to learn. But I totally relate in terms of like, well, I'll come back and fix that later. that's a big failure on my part that I keep doing, and it's frustrating because then I have to go back. Anyway,
so we got a super chat
it's
from
interesting.
Sheep. We got a super chat from Sheep. He wants to ask you your opinions on cryptocurrency.
My opinion.
Yeah, your opinion on cryptocurrency. You're cutting out, or maybe I am, but it seems like you're cutting out a little bit.
Oh, let's see. My opinion on cryptocurrency is that. So I have probably a lot. Am I still cutting out?
No,
Greg?
you're better now.
Okay. I probably have, I don't know how much time you want me to, I get worried about like talking too much.
No, dude, it's a super chat, so you can go as long as you want, bro.
All right. Well, cryptocurrency. So I used to play around in trading currency. So I'll give you a story. So, and this probably will date me, but I remember when I was in my early 20s, Bill Clinton was the president.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a while ago, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a poor connection. I don't know why.
Maybe drop your video.
Do I still have a poor connection?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll drop my video.
Yeah, that'd probably be the easiest way.
Okay. So anyway, I remember the North America Free Trade Agreement was going into place under Bill Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
Is this better?
Yeah. NAFTA, classic.
All right. NAFTA. Okay. So what I had realized is what I theorized, and this was all on my own. I didn't really have any help, like, or had any experience with investing in currency. But I thought to myself, because I knew what happened when I watched what happened to the peso when NAFTA went into place. Because I used to go to Mexico with my friends. You know, Mexico's not far from San Diego, if you remember.
Yeah.
You would know.
Yeah.
And so we'd go there, and I noticed how the peso went up in value significantly with NAFTA in place.
Uh-huh.
And so I watched Bill Clinton, or then I watched later presidents after him, put in the free trade agreement with other countries like South America. Like these free trade agreements expanded, and and I knew that it would make like the Costa Rica colones increase in value. So I went online and I went to the bank and I converted like $1,000 into Costa Rica colones and kept it in my safety deposit box. And then when that free trade agreement went into place, the Costa Rica colones went up in value.
Mm-hmm.
So all those colones I had bought for $1,000 were now worth like $10,000. So I just took them out of my safety deposit box and I converted them. So I tell you that story because that's a phenomenon of currency, right? It is a tradable, like it's a tradable asset or not electronic asset. So when I saw cryptocurrency come onto the scene, it really is very similar to that concept to me. So you're trading it like you would trade gold or you would trade other currencies. Currencies are traded all the time. And the one thing that's been interesting to me about it is cryptocurrency is used for international exchange.
Yeah.
Right. So through Clinton and the Bush era and Obama era, free trade really was a big, like, by the way, all of you Trump supporters who think tariffs are a good idea, neither party has been a tariff type party. Both parties have been free trade.
Yeah.
They are big
historically
proponents of free trade. So this whole thing that's going on with we don't like free trade anymore is weird. But free trade really helped, like, you know, with prices and with you know, being able to trade and do business across you know, the different countries, including China. And I can remember when China was put into the or was invited by Clinton into the World Trade Organization, everybody said that's going to make America poor. It's going to make us a third world country. Republicans were saying that, and that just didn't happen. And so the reason for that is because, and I'm a big proponent of free trade. Free trade is better for economic flow for every country. Every country does better with free trade.
Yeah.
So where I'm going with this is, did I cut out?
No, you're good. You're here.
Okay. You were frozen, so I didn't know if I was frozen.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, I'm good.
So my whole point is, this is such a long answer, but the thing that I find interesting about cryptocurrency is that it flattens the barrier to entry for trade for us as individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So if I wanted to go buy peptides, and you and I can probably have a lot of conversations about peptides as, like GLP-1s, that's a whole different ballgame, but I can go buy them from a Chengdu biotech in China.
Yeah.
And I can do that myself directly through cryptocurrency. That wouldn't have been possible without cryptocurrency in the past, not in the way that I can do that now. So I'm all about free trade, and I'm all about using technology like cryptocurrency, like the internet, to democratize and make trade and business opportunities at the fingertips of the individual. I love open source. One of the things that I love about ChatGPT and TikTok and YouTube is it's somewhat open source, right?
Yeah.
It's not perfect, but someone like you and someone like me can get onto a platform and we can be heard without having to rely on a publishing company. I can self-publish a book if I want to. I don't have to go through, one of the big five. I can trade with China, a Chinese biotech company as an individual because of, man, that's a lot easier now because of cryptocurrency. Mm-hmm. So I don't have a problem with any of these technologies. I love technology and how technology can be used to relieve human suffering. Mm-hmm. I understand the importance of regulatory practices. I think regulation's important, but I also think open sourcing and putting technology at the hands of the end user is extremely powerful for the individual, and it improves everyone's lives. Still, that's my thought of crypto.
Nice. Do you think that the stock market and real estate will crash anytime soon? Sheep's asking you.
So I talked about this earlier. The economically speaking, the year-over-year change in non-farm jobs has decreased from last year. Mm-hmm. That's the first time we've seen a declination in the year-over-year non-farm jobs since the 2008 recession. I just want to be clear about how significant that is. No one's talked about it except, well, they've talked about it, but what Trump did is he, fired the labor guy, right?
Yeah.
But it's absolutely what's happening, and it's happened the last few months. And so what does that indicate to me? It's indicating a recession to me. And so the last time we went through a recession like that, it was 2008. We had a negative change, or a declination in non-farm jobs, and after that, gas prices dropped significantly, and everybody was excited. It was like $4 a gallon, and then it went down to like $2 or $3, and everyone was excited. But then the stock market crashed.
Yeah,
and then real estate absolutely was demolished. Now that was a recession about real estate, and so it definitely. That was because of the subprime loans and those kinds of things. Yeah, but exactly. The only thing that I struggle with trying to understand this, the real estate market right now is really, really confusing to me. because it continues, like even with the rates going up to 6.5%, it didn't slow down the real estate market like it should have, like we usually would see in the past. So I think part of the problem is demographics. I think that there's just chronic demand for housing, and when you have a high demand and a low supply, you just are going to continually have high prices. So I do think we're headed for a recession of some kind. Now, the recession could be it could be kind of one of those market recessions where the end consumer is one hit with the recession, but the upper 10%, upper 1% don't feel it, right?
Yeah.
We could see a recession and a stock market contraction, but it doesn't feel significant. I really don't know, but you can't contract labor the way that it's been contracted this summer and not experience a recession. So I don't know if that's answers the question. I feel like I'm rambling.
No, yeah. I think that there's, and I'm surprised to not see the inflation, numbers anywhere. The unemployment has like still been so low. It's like almost full employment, which is crazy. So we'll have to just see how it.
But I will say, just to be clear, like unemployment is not an indicator for an economic indicator for recessions, and neither is the stock market. People talk about that a lot, but you could see changes in unemployment just based upon seasonality. Unemployment has different indicators. What really is the indicator, and I'm probably like being overly zealous about this, but it's year over year change in non-farm jobs, and that's not usually talked about. It's not an exciting indicator. It's not on Fox News, but you could have a low unemployment rate and still head for a recession because the economy is literally contracting. When the labor market contracts negatively, that is a telltale sign of recession coming.
Yeah, I just brought those up because of that's the unemployment and the inflation rate was what the Fed uses in order to see. That was just like the PPI and the CPI data that the Fed was talking about at the latest FOMC. So it was just
determining their rates.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Like maybe the lower rates will kind of like spur some, capital expenditure and, create more business spending, which will help like, bit more people get better, higher paying jobs, that kind of thing, hopefully. But we'll have to see, man.
Do you think that do you think the Fed will increase rates?
Because everyone's pretty much expecting the market at least is two rate cuts, maybe 3. So that's what people are expecting now.
But that's surprising to me only because inflation is not improving. Inflation is increased 3.5% from last year.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the problem is that like with the PPI data last week, it was kind of like oh shoot, like it's not now the rates for the Fed cut are going down and people are really bad. Yeah, exactly, Spencer. Yeah, I agree. It looks, it's they were gonna cut. I mean, Fed Chair Powell was talking about, they were going to cut, and then they were expecting the inflation to hit. So that's why they didn't want to cut. And then now they're at this place where it's not coming. They're surprised, and it's just kind of weird. It's just weird. Yeah, we'll have to see. But anyway, man, thanks for coming on. I appreciate you, Gary. Everyone, follow Gary, guys. He's a really good guy, friend of the stream. I appreciate you, Gary, for doing something different and fun with the creative writing and putting something out there and that's unique to the world, man. I appreciate that.
Okay, see you guys later.
All right.
I'll continue to watch.
All right, cool. Thanks, man. Cool. All right, Nico.
Dude,
Nico, what's up, dude? How's it going?
I needed to talk to someone about this fight that just happened, man. Biggest, like, most dominant performance I've ever seen. It was so
Oh,
disappointing.
Chimaev is a beast, man. He's so good.
Dude, there's like, so I trained jujitsu for a couple years in
Oh, nice,
college.
dude. Oh, sick.
Yeah, but I'm not like, I got to blue belt, but I don't know the
Mhm.
subtleties, but everyone's glazing the Chechens and the Dagestanis. I don't
Mhm.
see what they're doing like that makes them so dumb. Is it the wrestling that they have, or
Dude,
because they're
that's a really
doing
good question.
jujitsu, right?
No, I mean they're doing like it's like technically sambo, so it's like a little
Okay.
bit different. So, um, it's more of just like I think it's more of like a cardio thing, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
where they're just relentlessly going for shots. I mean, Chimaev's like shots, dude, his double legs are like from like 6 feet away, bro. Like they're not like,
Yeah.
good at all. Like it doesn't look like a shot that should work, but then he's just like a dog, man. He'll just keep going after you. And I think
The
that's the
thing is,
thing. He
though,
just gets
is
your back
that
eventually.
that crucifix, he's landing baby shots. Like, I'm sure your daughter can land harder shots than that,
Oh
right?
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Steven. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. I think that's always their kind of their grind down style, and then it's just they get on top of you and just kind of ground and pound you down into like until something that really it just wears you down. I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
You need like really good jujitsu in that stage, but the problem is jujitsu doesn't necessarily work in a lot of those really close scenarios. Like, half guard
Yeah.
doesn't work when someone can just, pound you down. So people, I mean, there are people with really good jujitsu like Oliveira and stuff that can kind of like get some space, shrimp out, hip escape out. But yeah, man, it's a weird thing that's happening right now. We went from like a striking meta with calf kicks into this kind of like Russian wrestling, shoot wrestling stuff. It's crazy, but it's working. I mean, it's working. Duplessis was always kind of a weird thing, though. You can't really put too much into him, because he has so much just unorthodox, weird striking. It's just ugly watching that guy fight. So
Yeah, it's awkward, right? It's like he's got this like really
chunky,
like awkward explosiveness. Like, I think he sprints. He does like a sprint, right? Which is kind of, I guess, what makes him effective. But I never liked him. I was always surprised. So my favorite fighter was Izzy.
Oh, for sure, dude.
To see him go down and lose that confidence and just
Spencer, yeah. I've never been calf kicked, bro. He got dude, Izzy got his purple belt at the same gym that I go to.
Oh, really? What gym is that?
Atos.
Oh, you don't dox yourself, actually.
No, that's okay. I put it out there on social media. I mean, I put I have my gi right here. Nice. I put it, but yeah, man. It's awesome. It's sick. I actually, I'm so bummed I didn't get to meet him. I didn't start training until afterwards. So, you like rubber guard, bringing it back, dude. No way. I thought that was your poor legs. I've seen so many like highlights of people like just blowing out their own knee with rubber guard. I would never actually try it myself, but
it's not that effective. I mean, it's a high guard, right? But it's not really like, I don't know. There's a whole 10th planet system around that guard, but I never really found it to be effective. But hey, I wanted to say one last thing. Have you used this software called Elicit? It's actually a website. It's called Elicit, ELICIT.
Elicit.
So it searches. It's an
researcher. Oh, okay.
It's an AI that searches only the scientific database.
Oh, that's cool.
Only literature. And so you ask it a question, and it answers your question with scientific papers only.
Oh, that's sick.
And it's really awesome because if you have a question, it typically pulls up review papers, which are, I think, always a good place to start.
Oh, but yeah, of course.
I really like it as like a writing. I don't want to say assistant, but like, I think it's good for writing papers. But I I do understand where you're coming. I think there's a lot of junk that people are making out there in science with AI, like junk papers. But I do think I do think that scientists in general, I'm speaking generalizing here, but I don't think most scientists go through like a proper writing training, right? So like a lot, and also writing about technical stuff is typically kind of dry. Um, but I do think that there could be like a good fusion between AI kind of really making this technical writing more readable, or at least like assisting in like the editing. But
Oh yeah, for sure. For like explaining stuff, like getting like hey, like how does this make any sense? It's a great place to start with like any type of stuff. I think it's a tool, man. Just like how Wikipedia is kind of a tool. Like you wouldn't like base all your knowledge on Wikipedia, just like you shouldn't base all your knowledge off of an AI search. You're kind of like you have to assimilate the knowledge in your brain in order to learn it. And just asking an AI what the answer isn't going to, help. And so that's the problem, man. Is that it's kind of like looking up the answer for a math question. You're like, oh yeah, of course, it's 32 or whatever. And it's like, well,
I think AI is giving everyone this Dunning-Kruger effect on the left side of the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? So like people will talk to it about quantum mechanics. Yeah. And then it'll kind of glaze your understanding of quantum mechanics. And then someone can kind of walk around thinking they understand quantum mechanics. But in reality, it's like, it takes a lifetime to say you don't or to realize you don't understand quantum mechanics.
Dude, exactly, man. How many people are now like talking about that stuff? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like the water memory people, it's like crazy. But
it's like a whole meme. But
thanks, dude.
Anyway,
I appreciate you, man. There's just like a bunch of people that want to come in. So I appreciate you. Always love talking to you, man. So thanks so much.
Sure. Yeah. See you, man.
Have a good one. Okay. All right. Spencer's been waiting, and then we're gonna do big.
What's up, Doc?
What's up, Spencer? How's it going?
I didn't know you was into the combat sports.
Yeah, I do jiu-jitsu. Yeah.
Did you hear the announcement? UFC is ending pay-per-view.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool.
That's
I think
smart,
it's awesome.
I think. Yeah, because I definitely have never bootlegged it or anything, but I've heard people do such things. It's kind of like HBO back in I was in oil and gas industry for a long time, and I didn't have satellite, right? I had like a point-to-point internet, but I wasn't paying a cable provider, so I had to bootleg Game of Thrones. And I'm like, I would pay money to just just have Game of Thrones. And sure enough, they launched that HBO Go and the HBO Now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it was genius. But I thought it was a good fight. I mean, I get it. Shemaiah's like a wet blanket, man. I actually rolled with some kids many years ago from Dagestan that were like substantially younger than me and smaller, and I got ragdolled. I mean, I don't know if it's like something they're putting in the water, but
there's some Russians, like teenagers, that are at the gym, and like the no-gi stuff is they're so good at it, and they're just relentless, and
it's so bad. I mean, they're so just strong, but they're also technical. I think a lot of it's they do a lot of hill sprints. Like their cardio is
dude. I think it really is conditioning. I mean, that they come from that wrestling background where wrestling has the conditioning already built into it, not as much with like the martial arts typically is, but like in jiu-jitsu class, for example, you're not normally just like doing like conditioning for the first half and then the second half. So it's like, but in wrestling, you're doing like a 3-hour practice and you're doing conditioning with it too.
You're exhausted. These guys like eat, sleep, breathe, like grappling. And I think a lot of them do like sambo stuff too.
Exactly.
Or combat sambo stuff. But
that's the Russian style of jiu-jitsu. Basically, it's the gi top with the no gi pants. It looks just so weird. Yeah.
No, it was great. I thought Drinkus handled his loss very. I was surprised. I thought that Chimaev was actually pretty humble too. You know, he's like called him a lion.
Dude, I think so too, man. When you're fighting against someone, it only helps you to call the other guy a legend. Because if you're like, this guy is a joke, like, well, who did you
Like, why are
beat
you
then?
fighting
You beat a joke? Like, that sucks. So I think
Yeah,
especially afterwards, man, and because like, a lot of it is media hype and trying to sell the pay-per-views, so you got to kind of like do the head fake at the weigh-ins, and you got to do that stuff. But then afterwards, these guys actually like all they all appreciate each other, because who else in the world better understands what they're doing like as a peer-to-peer thing than those guys, so I think that it's kind of like how the professional athletes, like professional football players or whatever, are like all friends on all the teams, but then you got like the Raiders and the 49ers like doing knife fights in the parking lot, and you're like, bro, you're like, you guys are missing the point, man. Like, what's going on?
That's like the Conor McGregor era. One thing you notice is people started learning how to get their paycheck. Like they started like, oh, if I sell fights, I'm gonna be able to like demand a whole lot more money.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. But dude, you had something in chat that I wanted to talk about, which was like, if a scientist breaks the consensus even slightly, do people turn on them?
No, so I was meaning like I wasn't asking do they. I mean, like, I've seen some examples of it, and it's not necessarily that they're breaking consensus.
Yeah.
Consensus is such a funny word when it's like, okay, what are they, when somebody says this is the consensus, what are they really saying? Because if we're saying X, then yes. But if we're saying, oh, well, it's what they're actually just taking that and twisting it to the max. Well, it's like, well, so one of the things I went down a rabbit hole. I like to research, right? I told you about that. So I don't know if you've heard of Dr. Richard Lindzen. He was actually one of the lead authors for the IPCC. That's the climate.
International Planet for Climate Change.
So he actually was one of the lead authors, like professor at MIT, like very well respected, hundreds of published papers. And as soon as he said, well, what they're telling you is the consensus actually isn't what we're saying, because I wrote the paper. What we're saying is this, but to the extent we have no clue. And then he goes in to explain the models, right? That a lot of what people are saying, like the far extremist, if you will, right?
Mm-hmm.
He says they're basing it off of a model that the model we don't even have the capability of even doing a mile-long riverbed for fluid dynamics. He says that doesn't mean the models aren't good and they don't have a purpose, but it's not like, how do I say this? It's like we know that there's some things happening. We don't know kind of to what extent, and it's like everybody called him like a radical, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, said, wait, this guy was like, he's one of the head guys on the paper.
Yeah,
he was a professor at MIT. And do you have you seen any examples of that or no?
I mean, like, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, kind of thing. So the scientific community will kind of expect you to really do a lot of legwork in order to understand why you came to like an alternative conclusion, and it comes down to like, if other people in the field start sourcing that paper and citing it. If you don't, the kind of the peer review, there's multiple peer review stages, but
it wasn't that he was like contradicting. He was clarifying like what the papers actually said. And so it wasn't like he came out with some contradictory, position on the science. He was just like saying, no, this is what we published. This is what the data says. And this is the limitations of the data set because of the models.
Yeah.
And then it's like everybody went for him, and I didn't understand it, so I figured I'd ask. It's
but sometimes people will have like a different opinion, or people will have another source of information that they are coming in, and a body of work will kind of be leading one direction and they'll be leading the other direction. So people will kind of just say like, I don't know if we agree with you. So yeah,
which I get it. I mean, there's going to be.
You're the biggest thing though is that like scientists are inherently skeptical. People kind of like think erroneously that for whatever reason, like if you're a scientist in a field, like you have to you have to agree with this particular way of thinking about something, and if you go against the consensus, then you get shunned. And that's not really the case. People in the field are inherently skeptical, actually, are very skeptical, and then it's just you have to prove it. So that's kind of the thing. You have to work extra hard in order to prove.
Yeah, that's what
your
I figured. If you
conclusion.
had if you were like if you were saying something that was, and so I started like reading the papers. It was kind of hard to digest, and they're massive works, but it wasn't anything that he was saying that wasn't actually in the paper. It was like almost like like people who were saying what the paper said were like twisting what the paper said, if that made sense. It's like, yeah, so he wasn't disagreeing with the paper. He was the like lead author, right?
Yeah.
Like, so anyways, it was just kind of off.
Sometimes the conclusion, like drawing a conclusion, it can be a stretch though, So if he's trying to create a conclusion that the data doesn't support, then people will say,
No. I mean, I don't know how. I know TikTok gets funny about that topic, so I don't like. What he's saying is that the alarmist is what he calls them. He says they're basing it off of the model, right? Because we don't have the raw data to get there, but the models are fundamentally flawed in resolution, right? So we don't have the compute power or the technology to really model this out. So they have to basically he called it fuzz the data, right? So the model will break. But he's not saying the model doesn't have its use cases, but he's saying even if you assume the model was 100% correct, we're talking the margin of error, 1 degree. So he was saying yes, this is having some effect, but we have no idea how to measure how much, because the closest thing we have is this model. So that it was just confusing to me, because there was a whole bunch of people inviting.
Can you send it to me?
His name's Dr. Richard Lindzen. There was an interview on YouTube I watched.
Okay.
And I said,
give me the paper or something, and I mean that's the usual. So what happens when people have a different opinion, people will have a commentary or an editorial in a paper. Anything else is kind of like them just kind of spitballing and kind of talking about feelings. But if there's an actual academic discussion, it's going to be on.
No, I didn't really see that. I said it's more it's kind of more or less behind the scenes, kind of
okay, yeah. So that's could be an interpersonal thing too. That could be just I would take that less seriously.
Yeah. What about publishing? What is your experience with the journals out there? Do you think there's enough journals, or?
Oh, dude, there's infinite amount of journals. I mean, that's not a problem.
Or do you think there's too many journals, or?
I mean, you can publish so many places, man. It's crazy. I mean, you can get anything published anywhere. I mean, the ideal, the anti-vax, the whole anti-vax thing. It's oh my gosh, nobody's gonna publish it because it's too risque. That's complete BS.
No, they'll publish it.
Definitely, there's places that will publish literally anything, any paper, any idea. So
I don't know how, because I've read some of them, and I was joking in the comments that said it was I was reading somebody's diary with just some citations. What are they even saying?
Yeah, so you can publish anywhere. This is kind of part of the problem too, where it's just because you have a DOI number and you can find it on PubMed doesn't mean that it's an actual publication that actually should have any merit. And this is the problem with a lot of anti-vaxxers stuff, where they'll actually get a DOI number, or even worse, they'll just throw it on a preprint server, which has no peer review process whatsoever. And then they'll claim that, oh, this is just as good as a publication from the CDC. And you're like, no.
So where would you advise somebody? Let's just say, the home scholar, right, that actually wants to try to dabble in reading some papers. Do you have any sources that you would recommend? Say this is probably a good avenue to go and try to search through the literature, or is it still always use kind of what do I say, skepticism, even with where would you point somebody if they said I want to go look up the jab, if for instance,
I mean, the best one is always annualreviews.org.
Oh, I don't think
annualreviews.org. Is it org or .com? Yeah, .org. That's like the textbook. If you get an annual reviews paper, or it's only reviews, but if you get an annual reviews thing, you're like, wow, that is incredible. You're an absolute
That's
top
okay.
of
See,
your
that's what I
law
was asking.
scholar.
Yeah.
So that's
So
like
this
that
is
is
peer
the
review
place. That
stuff.
is the place. If I want to know about a topic and I actually want to get the best information, I go to annualreviews.org, and then read whatever review I can have. And then, dude, sometimes you actually get the exact topic that you're questioning in an annual reviews, and you're like, dude, this is amazing. So
Okay,
then
so it
I
gives
read
extra weight to you. Like if
oh
somebody were to
yeah,
bring something up
oh
and you went
yeah.
on there, I'm like, oh shit, it's on here.
Those are
Okay, okay.
that is I think it's like top
It's creme
2
de
or
la creme.
3, like the most highly cited journal in the world, because everyone like cites it. So
Thank you.
it's
That's
crazy.
actually that's awesome because I can definitely use that to.
And then like to actually do searching and stuff, if you can. I mean, some of these are kind of .org. I put it in my show notes, guys. On get in the Discord if you want to know all of my show
I have a
notes
lot
are
of
there.
free time right now.
The
having medical issues.
So then the best one too is like, this can be hard to get, which is, I mean, basically you can get a lot of these annual reviews by like in Sci-Hub and stuff like that. But then Web of Science is really good. Webofscience.com is like a if you can get access to it. Is
it a paywall or is it just you got to have?
Yeah,
like
yeah, you do.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. I can. Yeah,
if you can get it, Web of Science is really good because it's like a curated list of articles and stuff, which is a good place to go. So it's a good one.
Clarivate or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll figure out a way. I mean, I won't.
So that's a
I'll
cool
definitely pay for it.
The idea is that Web of Science is a curated list. It's not like Google Scholar where you'll just have like anything and everything that the Google can curate. This is actually like amazing.
Handpicked kind of.
Mm-hmm. So those are my 2 go-to. That's like where I'll really go. And then you can honestly but then Google Scholar is important too. So then I'll go into Google Scholar.
I do have Google Scholar.
So Google Scholar is good, but you have to look at like the cited by. So if you're looking at a source and you're looking for a search, and something has 0 citations, like not a good idea. Peptides are safe and effective if used properly, I think. They can just get expensive. The big thing,
I read a lot of papers from overseas, though. Like in my plant papers. They're Korean papers.
I mean, if they're cited, if they're cited by a lot of people in the field, then that's kind of like a peer review process that paper has gone through, and it kind of is, said that this is legit. So that's usually pretty good.
It's Korean Scholar was like one of the sites that like some of these papers were pulled. I mean, they're from prestigious universities in South Korea, so I assume they'd be pretty, accurate if there has like the stamp of approval, and those people are like faculty.
Again, dude, you want to look at the cited by. You want to go. It doesn't really matter what organization put it out or what publication it is, or you want to go by like if you're 0 publications or it's cited less than 10 times and it's been out 5 years, then it would be really trepidatious because they're probably.
How do I find that?
Like Google Scholar is a good one. So you put it in the title of the paper into Google Scholar, and it'll literally say at the bottom like cited by, and it'll be a number.
Oh, okay. See how many people are actually like linking. Mm-hmm. That's a good. Okay, I'll have to make a note of that.
I mean, it's not the only thing to think about. You really want to see, what people are talking about, and in the paper. And sometimes if you're really specific, like so for my stuff, my algae nanotechnology paper isn't cited by a bunch of people, but that's just because it's a new field that's never been done before. So why would people cite it? So hopefully
what is
maybe.
It?
Well, that was my dissertation. That was my PhD thesis was on algae nanotechnology. So.
That actually sounds dope because I've heard algae has a lot of like really. I've kind of gotten fascinated with plants. I think I told you I do succulents. So I'm also it's not quite as useful for succulents, but I'm starting to do tissue culture, like in vitro.
Oh, dude, with Cali?
Yeah, so there's a girl that's on YouTube. It's called Plants in Jars,
Oh, that's
and
funny.
so she takes cuttings and I'm wanting to experiment with some stuff, and then I really wanted to get into some mycology stuff.
All my papers, if you want to go to papers.drgreg.love, that's that all my papers are there, or it's in my link tree if you want.
Greg dot what?
Papers.drgreg.love. I just got that URL today, that domain. I know, isn't that sick? It was either .love or .xyz. So I was like, you know what? We want love and compassion in the world. I think that's a better one. So I got that.
You got the domain?
Yeah, .love.
Like LOVE?
Yeah. papers.drgreg.love. Or in my link tree in my profile if you want it there too.
Yeah, I'll click it there. But yeah, that's pretty dope. I would love to read that.
Okay.
I probably won't understand it, but
Now my goal. Yeah, exactly, Jen. Exactly. Well, Jen, that was because all these people were so thirsty in chat yesterday. That was ridiculous. That was so crazy. And I'm like, you know what, guys? Jen, I'm giving you carte blanche. You know, anyone, the regulars, you guys can, if someone's coming in chat and being all thirsty, you guys need to rib them a little bit and be like, you know what, you can say that stuff, but you gotta pay a gift or something, because like just sitting here and coming into voice chat and stuff being all thirsty is ridiculous. So
nanotechnology approaches for chloroplast, biotechnology advancements,
yeah.
Yeah, dude, that sounds so fancy.
Yeah, Jen, go after him. Or not be toxic, but like go after him. Oh, thanks, dude. I appreciate you. Thanks, Spencer.
I like when people do stuff that's like kind of like outside of like you're not doing. Oh, everybody's gonna do this. Let's all you're like.
It was definitely. It's a new field, man. I kind of like pioneered it, and it's not huge, so it's not like it took off yet. So hopefully in the future, man, people will respect it and it'll get more love. But yeah, it hasn't yet. So
dude, algae's got a lot of potential, man.
It's so true.
Especially if we're gonna do space exploration.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for looking into it. So top of the hour, I actually have a paper I want to review before I go to Garrett. And then it actually goes right into this AI thing. So I wanted to talk about it. So thank you, Spencer. I appreciate
always
you, man.
A pleasure, brother. Always
Dude,
a pleasure.
You're always welcome to come in, man. I appreciate you. All right, Garrett, 1 second. We got to do some peer review, ladies and gentlemen. The peer review is back. Our segment, our favorite science segment, is back. It's it. We're here. We are here. We're talking science, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, AI content in AI content. Is it a problem? What are we doing with it? Here we go. All right. Here we go. Science news. This is the peer review. We will be reviewing this paper. All right. AI content is tainting preprints. How moderators are fighting back. Preprint servers are seeing a rise in AI submissions seemingly produced by paper mills. The preprints title, Self-Experimental Report, Emergence of Generative AI Interfaces in Dream States, roused psychologist Olivia Kirtley's suspicions. When she clicked, her wariness grew. The manuscript, posted in July to Physics Archives, a site for non-peer-reviewed research in the psychological sciences, was only a few pages long and listed just one author whose affiliation was not included. And the artificial intelligence experiment described in the text was pretty out there, said Kirtley, a Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium. So she flagged that preprint and similar ones in Sci Archives managers who removed them. The Dream State manuscript used AI in its methods, but didn't clearly declare how AI was used or whether it was used in other elements of the work, which means that it violated the site's terms of use, says Lenoy, the head of SciArchive's scientific advisory board and a psychologist in Ireland. In response to questions from Nature, a message from the email address of the listed author, Lou, said that AI played a limited part in the preprints generation. SciArchive is just one of the many preprint servers and journals that are grappling with suspicious submissions. Some papers bear the fingerprints of paper mills, which are services that produce scientific papers on demand. Others show evidence of content written by AI systems, such as fake references, which can be a sign of AI hallucination. Such content poses a conundrum for preprint services. Many are non-profit organizations devoted to making it easier for scientists to publish their work, and screening for low quality content demands resources and can slow processing of submission. Such screening also raises questions of which manuscript to allow, and this influx of dodgy content has its own risk. How do you do quality assurance while keeping things relatively light touch so that the system doesn't collapse on itself, said Katie Corker, a liaison for the executive committee of the Society for the Improvement of Psychological Sciences. No one wants a world where the individual reader has to figure out whether something is legitimate scholarship. And they actually improved this really interesting graph I wanted to show right here. So as you can see, the middle dotted line here is the submission and the creation of ChatGPT, and then a huge influx of all these papers. So where would these papers be coming from if not from AI? It's very, very suspicious how flatlined it is for so long, and the graph goes up explicitly after that. It's pretty obvious that there is some type of correlation that is going on right now. Right? I think so. I think that makes sense. All right. What do you guys think? We good? Nope. Here. I have to take this off and then I'm going back. Oh, what? Here. And we're back. Boom. We did it. Correlation does not equal causation, sure, but that is very, very suspicious, especially when they are awful quality and very, very poor. So, yeah, 1 second, Garrett. Thank you, guys. Just want to thank you guys. Top of the hour. Ad read. Just want to thank all the top likers, Petra and Sheepadoodle, the top gifter. Thank you so much. I also want to give a special shout out to our latest sub, Jen. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. It's the number one way you can support the stream and science and a kinder internet, subscribing. Thank you for 1 like or 10,000 likes. We've gotten up to 100,000 likes the last couple ones, and I just appreciate you guys so much doing that. You don't have to, but thank you so much. And I also want to say we're doing $5 super chats now. The link is in my bio, and there's also the Discord link there. So that's where all our show notes are, the primary sources that you can look at, the full articles that we talk about and discuss science, talk about science. Also, we have a YouTube live archive. So if you want to take a mental health break, then that's totally fine. And you can also look at my publications. Dude, Garrett, I'm gonna time you out, bro. What are you doing? You're just spamming. Okay, we're just gonna mute you for 5 minutes, dude. Stop. What are you doing? I'm trying to do a thing and you're not being respectful, bro. All my publications are there, and yeah. So anyway, dude, I think that it is a problem though, guys. For real, I think AI and the amount of paper mills that are happening, it creates a problem where you're constantly just have an influx of all these papers, and you see the same with grants and stuff too. Nano is basically the solution that bacterium can't deliver sweet. Oh, because it's smaller. Yeah, I mean, nanotechnology is very cool. There's, so a co-host. Okay, sure. Let's try this. Co-host.
Yo, boy.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
What up? I'm chilling. Everything good. You know the vibe, man.
Sick.
Trying to win the battle?
No, I don't know what that is.
Accept. You gonna see. I'm gonna show you. Accept.
Okay, I've never done this before. Okay, I'll
That's right.
accept.
Listen, your people gotta come in your chat and my chat and drop us gifts. You heard?
Okay, all right, guys. This is my first battle ever. I've never done this
All right.
before.
Yo, tell them to come in my chat and drop gifts, and
Okay.
then my people will come in your chat and drop gifts.
Okay.
Tell them you have to tell them though.
Okay, you guys got to go to his profile and drop gifts. Apparently, that's what he's saying.
No. It's not apparently. It's just showing love because my people
Show.
is gonna go to yours.
Oh,
Is gonna
okay.
go to yours.
Gotcha.
You feel me?
Gotcha.
So tell them that. Tell them so they can know.
Go to his chat, guys. Go to his chat. Give him love.
Come on, y'all. Everybody go to Dr. Greg, y'all. Show him love.
What's up?
Drop.
We're on. Well, thanks, guys.
No.
Cool, man. So what do you normally do? What do you normally do on TikTok?
I just go live for it. I post videos of myself on TikTok and I just be going live.
Nice, man. Sick.
Yeah, what you do? You
I'm
a doctor on TikTok?
Yeah, I'm a scientist. Yeah.
What kind of scientist?
I genetically change like organisms for a living, basically. Change their genomes and DNA around.
You do that in real life?
Yeah.
So how come you only got like 2,500 followers?
I just started. This is like 2 weeks old, or I just started this.
Oh, but do you post your content?
I mean, I do clips of my lives and then put it out.
Yeah. But for you to elevate more,
yeah,
you can do way better if you post content of what you do, like as a living, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, for real, bro. I'm giving you.
Thank you.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
Guys, come on, y'all. Yo, tell somebody in your chat to come and drop me like a hand heart or
something like
one
that. Yeah, dude, it sucks. I wish I could. Unfortunately, dude, it's crazy. I actually got laid off because of Trump recently. It sucks. Yeah, because Trump has defunded all of science. So now, like, all these companies are being are going away. It sucks. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's sad, isn't it?
Yeah, for real, it is.
Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah. Yo, Dr. Greg, tell somebody to come to your chat and send me like a money gun.
Is the money gun a good thing? Thanks,
Yeah,
Jen. I appreciate.
it's literally what grade is 500 points. What Gray Stone sent, that's what it is. It's 500 points.
Oh, okay. Sick.
You gotta tell them though, because those are your people.
Yeah, they don't listen to me though, dude. It's crazy. I'm trying to. They're all a bunch of anti-vaccine kids in my chat, man. It's crazy.
Bro, you trolling. They're gonna listen. You tell them, they're gonna do it. So.
I wish. Cool, man. Well, this is cool. I can't. Yeah.
Yo, Sophie, tap the screen. Tap my screen, Sophie. Give me the 2K likes, Sophie. Let's go, man. Let's go. What you watching? You just want live, Sophie? I just followed you, Sophie.
Oh.
Sophie, tap my screen. Tap my screen. You heard? Give me the 2K likes. Yo, come on. Before the match, Dr. Greg, tell somebody send me at least. I have a gift goal, and it's only $2.
Oh, okay.
It's only 200 coins. Can you tell somebody to show love and
guys,
send me
show them love. Show them love, guys. Show them
love.
love.
Guys, listen. It's only a heart. I need at least one. I just need one,
give them some love, guys.
Come on, y'all. I need 3 more. It's for my gift gallery. Your chat can look at my gift gallery.
Something, guys.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Come on,
I'm sorry,
like
man.
nobody's coming over here. Like,
I think I would I think that you should win personally. I appreciate you.
yeah, thank you, yo, Amber. If I get a galaxy, I highly appreciate it. Thank you so
Oh, a
much,
galaxy. Isn't that like
Amber.
that's a
Thank
good
you.
one, isn't it?
If I get a money gun, I'll highly appreciate it.
Dude, that would be sick. Cool, guys.
Come on, y'all. I need a galaxy or something, y'all. Come on, come on.
Damn. Well, I'm Greg, man. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, you follow me, Greg. I just followed you so you can battle.
Okay. Sick, dude. Yeah, for sure. All right.
You want to run? Let's run one more, Greg.
Run another one? These are long, bro.
One more,
5 minutes?
one more.
Okay. All right. What do you guys think? Should do it one more time?
There's one more. Look, you got 1,300 points on the board. I got six.
They're all saying no. They're all saying no, bro. I think we're gonna go. Thanks, though. I appreciate it. Have a good night, okay? I appreciate you.
You didn't even follow me though, Greg.
I don't know how to do that. Let's see.
Just
Okay.
click the plus button next to my name.
There it is. There it is, bro. Well, have a good night, man. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
You got it? I
Yeah.
bet. I see it. Bet,
Sick.
bro.
Have a good one, man. Sick, guys. We did it. I think we won. That was good. Good job. That was a recession indicator. I know, dude. It's so funny. I've never done that before. And I see it obviously on like TikTok. Everyone's just like begging for money. And you're like, damn, dude, like it's the it's tough, dude. I get like why people are doing it, but also it's just like not the it's not the content that I would be making. You know what I mean? All right, Garrett. Thanks, bud. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Greg. I thought you were gonna get mad at that. I'm sorry.
What's up? What's up, dude? No, it's all good.
Was that your first battle?
That was my first battle. I've never done one before.
Dude, don't lie, Greg. You know what that is.
When I go to the lives, I see people doing that, but I've never done it like personally. I didn't know what I had to do. I was just sitting there and I said accept, and then it all happens.
No, dude. Hey, Greg, you gotta do a couple battles every live, bro, because you'll make some good money. I'm not gonna lie.
How do they even find me? Like, how do you find like someone to battle?
Usually
play together.
I actually don't know because I've only went live a few times, but usually people just like request you to like live, but I'm not sure. You have to ask someone else. But
yeah,
dude, there's this one like you can get like 10 galaxies alive. Like if I swear if you go
10
live
galaxies, wow, isn't that the good one? It's like
it's like I don't know what I think TikTok takes half, so you get like $5, but that's still like
damn
$30-$40, bro.
That's crazy.
And your live gets views too. You get views because of me, but
yeah, guys.
Greg, you get lives because of me. You know that. No, I'm just kidding.
Something like that.
But no, go live more because you'll make some money.
I'm going live every night, bro. What do you mean? We're doing this thing. We're doing it.
Greg, I remember when you were only in live on like Saturday and Sundays.
I know, dude. That was yeah. I mean, this is my first week going live every day because everything's been just like so awesome. So I feel like I'm I think I'm just having a lot of fun with it, and I don't know. It's just I guess I'm just trying it out. To be honest with you, bro, I'm a little depressed with getting laid off. A little sad. So it's kind of nice to come here and feel like there's something I'm making or contributing to, and it's honestly like the community here is so fun. So it's been awesome.
Exactly. Greg, you got your wife, you got kids, you got a PhD, you got all these TikTok people, bro. Like you're up right now. You don't get down now, bro. You're about to get a better job.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Thank you, man.
I got you, bro. No, like for real. I ain't getting a PhD because I think, college is a little scam. Unless you're taking the right majors. You took a good one though, but
Oh,
But
yeah, Pink Waffle. You just kind of just take your steps, write down everything, make sure that you're writing your notebook down, everything in your notebook. Because then if something goes well, then you can reproduce it. And if something doesn't go well, you can go back and retrace your steps. It's all about just writing things down.
But I do have something I want to talk about. But before
Let's
that,
do
I
it.
want to say, Miss Jen, you're a very beautiful lady. But
Whoa,
Galaxy,
my
there it
first
is.
Galaxy.
There it is.
Thanks, Gary. Wow, that is cool.
Guys, I do take gifts as well, guys. Garrett over
Okay.
here.
Dang, thanks, man.
Dr. Greg, do you believe the moon landing was real?
Yeah, for sure, dude.
For sure.
For sure.
Okay, Dr. Greg, I have a lot of points on this. I'm very, very addressed in this topic. Okay. Okay.
Why? Why
Are you
though?
ready? Are you ready?
Why?
Okay. I'll go with the soft topics first, like the questionable ones. Okay. Someone asked Neil Armstrong to place his hand on a Bible and say that they went to the moon, and he would not do it.
Dude, but like,
That's fine.
dude. So think, okay,
That's
Garrett.
fine.
Do you understand how big this conspiracy would have to be, man?
Bro, Garrett, or not my name. Greg. Greg, chill.
Not my name.
Okay, are you ready for more topics, Greg?
If that is your real name,
That's
your real
my
name,
real
Garrett.
name. That's my real name. Sorry, no, Greg. I'm a little tossed right now, but I'm very, very serious about this topic. You ready for my second?
Amber, you can request up next to you're on in like 2 minutes, so just
Yes,
request
guys,
up and I'll get you in.
You guys can send me gifts. Dr. Greg.
Yeah.
When the first director of NASA, when he died, he on his gravestone, he put on a Bible verse on his gravestone that basically said the moon landing is impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It cannot pass the I forgot what it is, the infirmament or something. It's so the director of NASA said that it is impossible to go to the moon.
Okay.
What do you have to say about that?
I mean, dude, like, let's say he does. I'll give you all the points, everything that you possibly want to know. Everything. All these points that he said that, everything. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't, like, you have to be able to prove it. You know, like we have moon rocks, we have lasers that are that you can bounce off reflectors on the moon's face. Like there's actual independent, real things that we can measure. That's not just like someone's opinion.
I mean, it's all debatable. I mean, like it's
Is
all
how you can radiometric date those the moon rocks, dude. I mean, they've literally done that. Like how would it be wrong?
You can tell the age of moon rocks? Are you serious?
Well, yeah, bro. Yeah, you can radiometric date the moon rocks, and you can see that they're the same age as like what the Earth was like a long time ago, basically.
Have you ever seen the clip of the little girl asking, what's his name, Buzz Aldrin, why they never went to
These
the
are
moon?
all the same thing, man. They're all the same. They're anecdotal evidence, man. Like I'll give you that. I'll say that Buzz Aldrin does say that. That doesn't mean anything because someone can be
the one who went to the moon.
Exactly, but that doesn't mean he's in the right mind, or maybe he misheard the question, or maybe there's some type of way that he misunderstood the question and it's a silly gotcha, or there was like some type of clip that he misunderstood. Like that, even if Buzz Aldrin himself truly believes that he never was at the moon and that it doesn't exist, like there still is enough independent evidence to show that we did, and that he's just not in his right mind.
We never went to the moon. I want you actually.
Okay, but do you believe that we went to like the Mars rovers are real?
No, we never went to the moon or Mars. No.
Okay, so you think the Mars rovers are fake too?
I mean, it's debatable.
So why would Elon Musk lie about that, dude?
It's just the radiation belts, the Van Allen radiation belts that get me. You know, how do you, I don't understand. You know, because Dr. Gray, did you see that the first pictures on when we went to the
Are
moon?
you a flat earther?
The boots, hold on, the boots on top, the boots on Mars. The boots on Mars do not match the suits that when we first went to the moon. It does not match. The prints do not match. How does that make sense?
Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm not a flat earther. No.
Why? Why do you trust science there but not here?
Because I can see it, Greg. I can see it.
Okay. All right. We got to get other people in, Garrett. You can
Oh,
re-queue,
Greg.
man.
You know what? Yeah, Greg lost, guys. Greg lost.
It's
He
true. We
always
just
kicks me
battled.
out.
We just
He always
battled and I
kicks-
lost. You
He
guys.
never wants to talk to me, guys. He never wants to talk to me.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, man. Dude, I know you've wanted to get in a couple times. What's your name? I'm sorry, Amber. Can you? I wanted to invite you. Multi-guest. Trying to. Amber,
Can you
how's it
hear me?
going?
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hi, good to meet you.
Yeah, nice to talk to you.
Yeah, finally. I've been listening to you for a little bit.
Cool.
I sat back and watched, and I'm just sitting here thinking, I don't know what to say at the time because you guys are going through things, and cancer and all that bothers me because I work in that field. So we're on a topic, you know, if I can bring one up, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Okay, so this is going to be a big topic, and I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be really mad about it. So it's nothing personal about anybody or anything. Okay?
Sure.
So I just want to make that clear for the world because everybody's watching.
Roger.
Okay, so population control. What's your views on that? You start, and then I'll tell you where mine follow after.
So are you saying that cancer is kind of like a natural biological?
No,
cancer?
I don't want to talk about that stuff. I work around it every day. No, I said I had to leave your life the other day because I couldn't handle that. But I'm asking you what population control is about for you. What is that to you? What do you feel that means for you?
I mean, people talk about it, but I don't really think that it's happening or that there's like a conspiracy to do it.
I do, because why do you think the world is so polluted with diseases? Number one, I work around it, so I'm just going to ask you one question right now. So do you not think that all of us are not populating the earth because we do things unconditionally and we don't respect our own resources, basically? We don't really conclude that before we decide we want to become parents that maybe we should get married first, maybe we should maybe do something along the lines of taking control of population control because our water is polluted.
I don't think so.
The whole world is polluted. And do you think that it's not because, I mean, like rats, like when you got a rat infestation, what do you do?
Yeah, I don't think that our water is polluted. I don't think that the world's like, polluted necessarily. I don't think that
it is.
I think a lot of the diseases
save it.
I think that the diseases that we have are, from basically our better detection methods where we have better uses of genetics that we can sequence and we can understand molecular biology more in order to understand what's happening. So I think that's like more likely.
What's happening is like not to understand the microbiology of it all. It's about understanding that you need to be a parent when you're a parent, and just like all this stuff going around, like abortion and all that. I'm neutral with it, but like if you're raped, I can understand it. But if you made a mistake, how is it a mistake when you were with that person? I don't understand. I don't understand how population becomes out of control and then you think that the pollution on the earth, it's just about us because we don't have any morals anymore. I think that people need more morals.
Where should our morals come from?
That morals should come from your dignity, your free will, the choice of being who you are. I don't understand these people that say, "Oh, I just got pregnant and I don't know how."
Mm-hmm.
Well, you did the act. Take care of your responsibilities. I don't understand that. So then we have more and more people out here polluting the earth. Like, it's not the problem of the earth. It's the people in it, because nobody gives a crap. Like, okay, let me explain something to you. Okay, I've been trying to voice this for a long time, but I'm going to say it now. So, you get married to another person just because they are with another person or was, and they have kids, right? Are they your kids?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people don't look at it the other way. They want one of their own, right? So then there's more, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then the other kids just feel disrespected because they're fighting between the discrepancies of two different people that had that relationship, but they're your kids, right? So I don't know how you feel about this, male and female, but if you go to the hospital and you are having kids already, everybody should only have two. Doesn't
Why
matter.
two? Okay.
They snip you right now. They snip you right there.
Yeah.
Man or female, doesn't matter. If you can prove it's you or whatever, it'd stop Social Security. It would stop all the food stamps. It would stop all this crap in this fucking world. And I hate to say it, but like, these kids just want to be loved. And they don't act, the parents don't act like they're theirs because they're from a different father that doesn't want nothing to do with them, or from a different mother that doesn't know anything about them. And they're just trying to live, and you wonder why the world's so screwed up. Like, you're sitting here looking at this and you're looking like, well, just because I'm not your own blood doesn't make me that person. That's what the kid thinks.
I think that we just kind of
Then
need to have
everybody
more.
holds it back.
We just
Everybody
kind of
holds
need
it
to have
back.
more of like understanding and care for one another, and not, we have enough resources that we can look out for everyone, and we don't have to be like resource limited and stuff. And it's just what happens is that a lot of the waste and stuff is just from people that are being gluttonous and taking way too much, right? It's like, these 100 billionaires now that they're taking.
Too. If you join in that marriage, they're your kids too.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
look at you as a father or a mother just because it's not blood, and everybody's like, oh, I gotta have my own. So they start over, and then the world gets overpopulated. And then this is the reason why our resources, I feel, is overrun, because the world's overpopulated because we gotta have one of our own with every other person that we're with. No, take your kids that you have people with and make them part of your family.
Agreed.
Doesn't
I think
matter
that's a
if
good point. I
they're
think that's a
blood.
great point to end on, Amber. I really appreciate you. Yen Toomey has been patiently waiting. So I think that's a great point to end on. That even if they're not blood related, make them your own. Show them compassion and love, and make them into your family.
Acting like
I love
these
that.
kids aren't your own.
All right. Thank you, Amber. That's a really good point to end on. I agree. Have a good night, okay?
Okay.
All right. Cool. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate you. All right. Next, Yen Toomey. The queue is empty, guys. If you wanted to jump in, you can come in. Yeah, Andy, this is, you can ask a question or whatever you want to talk about. Then, yeah, just request to join in, and sounds good. Hi, Yen Toomey. How's it going?
Hi, good, and you?
Good.
Yeah, I just had a question about, genomic sequencing, like you mentioned.
Yo, let's go. Okay.
Well, I was diagnosed with cancer, and at the time they mentioned that they were going to check if there was a match.
Okay.
That's the first time I heard of it because I didn't know there was anything like that. And they checked and they said there was no match for me.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
And
So you're just to be clear, they did genetic sequence of your cancer, and they said that they couldn't find any drugs that were a match for your mutations.
yes.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And I wanted to, so once you mentioned it, I wanted to understand more about how it works. I thought if you have the ability to change the genomes, then you should be able to find a match for everybody, even if it's a new research, each time that type is being sent to your labs or something.
So I would ask for the specific mutations that you have, so see what the actual mutation is called, and then actually look at, like if you're in the United States, then you would look for FDA approved gene therapy drugs. So sometimes like a smaller smaller hospital that doesn't have access to all the like next generation gene therapy drugs that are federally legal, they can't access them. So maybe they might be saying they don't have access to them themselves, but they might be actually approved already.
This was Georgetown. I'm in the Washington, D.C.
dang.
area.
Wow, that's really surprising then.
So I don't know if Georgetown has limitations on.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty big cancer research institute, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary. I'm assuming that it's the sequencing that's done on the cell in the tumor, not her own genetic sequencing. I'm assuming so, right? They did sequencing of your tumor itself, not just like your predispositions, because sometimes they can sequence your regular genome to see if you're predisposed to any type of cancers.
I think it was the tumor.
Okay. Actually,
yeah, I don't think they do sequencing of your regular gene. I think they do it for the tumor.
Yeah. Well, Michael, dude, we have actually a physician that's in this area that just requested to join. So maybe, let's ask him. This is actually the expert that you need to talk to, not me. So this is actually interesting. Hey, Michael.
Yeah, good conversation. So let's just take, so there's about 26 solid tumors, 25 that should have next gen sequencing on, and the two principal companies that do it are Tempus and Caris, Caris, and you do it on the tumor itself. So what next gen sequencing allows you to do is look at, God, I want to say that Caris looks at 36,000 genes, but the far majority.
I think it was Caris that they used on mine.
Right. So the far majority of them are not actionable. So what they're looking at, I mean, I mentioned it last night. We'll take non-small cell lung cancer. So they're looking at the actionable mutations that there are already established drugs, targeted therapy to target that mutation to slow the growth of cancer. Okay, so those are cancers that are treatable, not curable. And examples are EGFR mutation, RET mutation, MET, ROS, HER2. Okay, there's several of them that are actionable mutations. In addition, in multiple cancers, we can measure PD-L1, and those immunotherapy drugs work on PD-L1. Okay, so like when you see a TV commercial about Keytruda or Opdivo and Yervoy, those are immunotherapy. Immunotherapy drugs rev up your immune system to attack the tumor. That is different than targeted therapy. Okay, targeted therapy is, do you have an actionable mutation that is able to be identified on the tumor, that there's a drug, and they're oral drugs, that will suppress the driver that is driving the mutation to allow the cancer to grow. The problem with it is that it only works so long because cancer is ingenious and we develop resistance mechanisms. And that's where everything fails. So this, like I said last night, 70% of people in the United States do not get next gen sequencing, but it is the standard of care. So like when you get a Caris report back, for like non-small cell. I'm just using that, because I'm a
Oh, I had a neuroendocrine tumor, so it was a
where in your pancreas,
carcinoid. Yeah,
an insulinoma, glucon.
neuroendocrine tumor.
Right, but what specific? Was it a non-functioning? Was it a islet cell tumor, a glucagonoma, a somatostatinoma, or was it non-functioning? In other words, did it elaborate a hormone specifically?
I don't know. They didn't say that to me. Any of the ones you've mentioned.
Okay, so they did next-gen
They just said
sequencing.
it's a carcinoid tumor, if that
Oh,
helps.
right. No, carcinoids. Yeah, no, well, carcinoids mostly are functioning, but and then what they didn't find, as they wouldn't find a actionable mutation in a carcinoid tumor. You wouldn't find that. So, were they able to do surgery on you?
They did initial surgery, but the second surgery was cancelled because they said it had gone to my chest, from my lung to my chest, so they refused to do the second surgery. But the first surgery was on the right lung. The second was to remove the whole left lung, which was later cancelled, and that is when they did the sequencing to try and find some kind of treatment.
Where was this done? Georgetown?
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, I went to medical school and college there, and Lombardi is
Lombardi, right?
Lombardi's top notch. I mean, I got phenomenal education. I mean, we're getting there slowly. We're getting there slowly, and I think the biggest biggest thing that's happening now is there's drugs being developed literally every week, and if you cannot cure somebody, we are keeping people alive much longer by treating them and hoping that stuff is getting fast tracked, which it is, and um, you know, develop quicker. Now, the newest thing is antibody drug conjugates, and they're really interesting. But the problem with immunotherapy, not targeted therapy, and antibody drug conjugates is they turn on your immune system, but a lot of people it doesn't turn it off. So you develop aplastic anemia, renal failure, autoimmune, basically complete destruction of your lung, autoimmune colitis, and that's how my ex-girlfriend died. 5 years, non-small cell lung cancer with a mutation. When she developed resistance, she was on a brand new drug, first trial last year, and what was that?
Sorry, I was looking. Sorry, no, I was looking through the TikTok thing, trying to look for something. Sorry, that wasn't for your thing. I apologize.
I mean, it's an interesting concept, but I mean, cancer. My biggest fear is that they're cutting so much funding and so much research. And I just went to the International Lung Cancer Congress meeting, which was in HB here, and such good people, such good academicians from all over the world, and everything's being cut. And these guys are in the middle of phase 3 trials, and it's devastating because people now, because of the Trump cuts, are being left in a lurch. And it's so, I mean,
That's
it's beyond,
awful.
well, it's beyond unethical,
Yeah.
it's, it's tragic, but, getting back to what she said, next gen sequencing is mandatory. You cannot provide precision care, precision medicine unless it's done. And that's basically, it's done in large hospitals and in academic centers. But if you don't act as your own advocate and demand next gen sequencing on a tumor, you are not going to get the proper care.
Yeah, I thought if people are always doing the sequencing, then they should have a match.
No.
And if they have the ability to change genomes,
Well,
then
we can't change genomes. Like, for example, one of the most common EGFR mutations, and that's one of the most common mutations in non-small cell lung cancer, and it's mostly found in women who do not smoke, predominantly Asian, but there's plenty of Caucasians. and they usually have a exon 19 deletion or insertion, exon 19, exon 20, and it sounds conceptually like, whoa, if you have one amino acid change on exon 19, how come you can't replace it? You can't. Like, you got to remember, like, our thoughts and what we desire to do, technology is not there yet. And if we're able to manipulate genomes for good reasons, we can also do it for really bad reasons too. Don't you agree, Greg? I mean,
Sure.
Yeah, yeah.
but I'm sorry that you're going through this. Carcinoids are, a lot treatable. The problem is they elaborate hormones, which make you feel bad. A lot of the stuff they elaborate make you feel really, really bad.
Yeah, they have me on a PDL1, but I thought, especially when I was pushing so much for surgery, that even if there was some kind of spread to my chest, I should have been able to get the surgery to take out the left lung. But
Well,
at
you can't have. First of all, when you do a lobectomy, which is you have 3 lobes on your right side, 2 lobes on your left side. We do what's called your FEV1, which is your forced expiratory volume in 1 second. So you have to be able to tolerate a resection first. But if you've had a resection on one side, we can't take out your lung completely on the other side and survivable. But what's interesting is Northwestern University has a program going on where they're doing double lung transplants on cancer patients, advanced stage lung cancer patients who have no evidence, so locally advanced, who have no evidence of distant spread, okay, but incurable. And they've done several patients, and it's cutting edge and it's ballsy, but they got IRB approval, and they're doing it. So I'm saying, it may be worth you contacting Northwestern University, in Chicago, and talking to them. And if you just have isolated tumors in your lungs now and everything else has been eradicated, you may be a candidate for double lung transplant if you have tumors in both lungs and they're carcinoids.
I did talk to Chicago. They also said I wouldn't be a candidate. Well, the first surgery they removed lymph nodes on the right lung, and so the second one was supposed to take out the whole left lung, and that is what they stopped because they said it was on the chest. And when I talked to Chicago, they also said the initial diagnosis there was some of the lungs cancer on my chest, so they wouldn't make me a candidate. But all I wanted was to get the left lung removed and even the chest area maybe taken out a little bit, but I couldn't get them to do it.
And right now you're on Keytruda, Opdivo, Yervoy. What are you taking?
Right now it's a PDL drug from Next Oncology. I'm trying to remember the name. Sorry, I have a bad memory now, but I can't remember the name of the drug.
Where do you live?
In Virginia, Northern Virginia.
Okay. I mean, I mean, I'm out in California, but my close
Oh,
friend is the head of thoracic oncology at UCLA, and I don't think there's anybody. John Goldman, if you're interested, but he's had a clinical trials within the whole UC system, and so it's John Goldman, and then he's one of the world's authorities, and then down at UC San Diego, Ludmila Bashanova, she's the queen of lung cancer and resistance mechanisms. So maybe you want to look them up. They run clinical trials, big clinical trials. So
you said UC San Diego?
yeah, that's Bashanova. I can't spell her last name, but Ludmila Bashanova.
Nashinova, okay.
And then at UCLA, Jonathan Goldman, Goldman. He's a close friend of mine. He is one of the most solid, empathetic, kind, loving, smart thoracic oncologist you'll ever meet. You know, he's the guy who's at your bedside, holding your hand with your final breath, and at the end of the day, that's all we can hope for. You know, that a doctor has enough empathy and kindness to be there with you, because it shows how much they cared all along and they never gave up. You know, and I know I find comfort in that, and with my patients who've passed, that if you're there at the very end and they've done everything, you know, it's some degree of comfort. But you know, I suggest you call both of them, see what clinical trials are going on. You know, clinicaltrials.gov, right? You've been on that
Yeah,
website.
yeah. I mean, the clinical trials I was on, I think last week was the last time they gave me medication. They had stopped the trial because they said it wasn't successful. And they haven't given me anything since last week, but I had run out of medication. And they
Well,
said
you
I would
can.
hear from them. I haven't heard from them.
Well, if you call Jonathan Goldman, like I said, at UCLA, he's the head of thoracic oncology. You can use my name and tell him, you know, you talk to me on, you know, on a website, Dr. Michael Richman, and he'll do a Zoom call with you, you know, and see if there's anything he can offer. But
It would be amazing.
you know, but it's worth exploring every avenue.
Yeah. Advocate for yourself. You can do this.
Yeah. And you know, that's why I started my company, Paladin MDs, because medical advocacy and guidance, just what I'm doing now, where, you know, I quarterback people's care all over the United States, actually all over the world. And, you know, when you hold doctors accountable, you see what they really do and how hard they work, you know. And if Big Brother's looking over somebody's shoulder,
Yeah.
shit gets done. So, all right. So I wish I could offer you better advice, but at least I gave you two names, and they're top of the field. And I'm sorry that what you're going through, it's horrible. But
Thank you. But there is no chance of surgery because at this point, it looks like surgery would have been the only cure option.
yeah, I mean, obviously I haven't seen your CTs and I don't know anything, but stuff is treatable. And like I said, just because one center is doing something, yes, you're at a good place. They may not be in a clinical trial. And if they're not involved in a clinical trial, it's not like you can get stuff at that hospital on a compassionate basis, you know. So like the UC consortium is a big place, but you know, I don't know what carcinoid trials are going on, but if you don't have any guidance, they would be able to give you guidance, you know. Those two physicians, Goldman and Bashanova.
Yeah. What is the first name of Bashanova?
Ludmilla.
Okay.
Dude, thank you, Gary, for that. That's so nice for you and Toomey. I mean, you can do this, Toomey. We're here for you. Like, you can come here anytime, you know, talk about it. And, you know, we have a lot of physicians in chat and stuff that, you know, we're here for you. I'm so sorry what you're going through. And it's just,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you for Michael for jumping in and making this happen. That's so cool.
Somebody just had, I'm boarded in cardiothoracic and vascular surgery, and you got to be a general surgeon first. So I was boarded in general surgery first, and then cardiothoracic. So
wow, that's impressive.
Dude, believe me, your papers. I just looked at your bibliography. Yes, I've published plenty, but I understand the titles of my own papers. The titles of your papers are just way over my head, man.
Thank you.
You're in a different league than I am.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind.
Being truthful. Yeah, so you know, it's funny on what I write and the articles that I write. I'm not talking the scientific articles. I'm talking about even the short video and on my Substack. Initially, I thought everybody was interested in wellness, which wellness and functional medicine is a field for people who have money. Okay, you know, it really is, because it's not a real science. But what people really are, they want to stay healthy. They're concerned about cancer and heart disease at the end of the day. That's my experience. Like, you know, I don't know what yours is and other people, but people really want to know the truth about cancer, and people really want to know the truth about cardiovascular disease, which is the #1 killer of men and women. You know, and how do you live? What can you do to live a healthier life that at least there's randomized data to show that it works, and it's not hocus pocus, you know?
Yeah.
So that's my piece.
Yeah, to me, I think, like, please go forward with those steps, you know, and see, and I'll be thinking about you. So, like, please come back and let us know what happened, you know, when you call back and call those places.
And you can also, if you follow me, you can DM me, and I'm very happy. You know, I answer everything. I'm very happy to help you.
Okay.
You know, like, I can call John anytime. I mean, I'm not going to call him right now, obviously, and wake him up, but we're that close. You know, I can call him up. So yeah, if you DM me and tell me more of your story, and, you know, like, send me your your latest CT scan report, I'm very happy to help you. You know.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That's amazing. Yeah, Tumi, thank you for sharing and coming up and being open, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry with what you're dealing with, and, you know, there's so many people out there, so many physicians that are out there that they're still willing to fight for you. You know, that maybe you've hit a roadblock, or
Yeah, that's
maybe
why.
there's a speed bump, but don't give up. You know, there's other ones that'll fight just as hard as you want to fight.
I mean, just remember one thing, that this has kind of been my philosophy. A surgeon, you want somebody a little bit older, who because you can't teach. Judgment is based on experience, in all things in life. Okay, you know, the more you see something, the more you do something, the better your judgment. We're medical oncologists. You want younger guys. They're excited. They're excited to research. They're excited to get involved in clinical trials. And they're just excited. Where older oncologists lose their desire. They've had so much loss, and it does take a toll on you, believe me, as a surgeon. You know? So that's kind of how I always tell people, if you need an oncologist, you get a younger guy who's balls out, not somebody who's just like, you know. All right, so feel free to reach out. And,
Thank you.
okay, and I'll do my best to help you.
You got this, Intumi. You got this, one step at a time. You know, this is a step forward.
Okay. And I'm sorry about losing your job. I thought.
Well, don't worry about it. Thank you, though. Thank you. I appreciate that you're so kind, and that yeah. Thank you.
And we all recreate ourselves. I've had to recreate myself so many times, and it all works out in the end, because there's a reason why shit happens, you know?
Yeah. I agree.
No other medical stuff, I guess.
No, just
that was
giving you
deep.
Intumi. Anything else you want to ask Intumi? You can be as long as you want. You can stay here the entire night.
Oh, thank you. I think I have all my questions answered.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how to get off, but I have all my questions answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I can do that. Thank you so much. Please keep in touch for real, and please DM Michael, and he'll, please, so follow him.
Yeah,
and
I followed him. So
perfect. Single steps forward. You got this. Okay. Have a good night. Okay. I'll be thinking about you.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you so much,
Michael. Thank you for getting on, man. That was really nice of you. I think Nico
I
wanted
don't
to ask.
know. I'm I like not something to be proud, but I've seen more death in one night than most people have seen in a lifetime. And does
It's
it change
awful,
me?
man.
Absolutely. But I mean, here's this. This is actually a really cool story. You'll like this story. So I'm Jewish. I mean, I don't go to temple or anything, but born Jewish. So, I did my training at LA County, USA, the old county,
Yeah.
and I'm a chief resident. They bring in you can't save gunshot wounds to the chest, but you can save stab wounds. The most anterior portion of the chest underneath the breastbone is the right ventricle, lower pressure system. So they bring in a guy who has a stab wound to the heart, and he's got a big swastika on his chest. Okay. Like big, humongous. And my junior residents, and this was in the 90s, pre-attendings, it was a completely resident run program, comes in without a pulse, open up his chest really quickly, on the side, the blood all drains out. And, the med students and the junior residents are just like their mouths open. It's like, hey, you guys want to do something? And they're like, what do we do? So you know what a Foley catheter is, right? The catheter, your penis and blow up the balloon. So took a Foley catheter, couldn't think of anything else, stuck it in the hole in his heart, blew up the balloon and pulled back, right, for some, to try and close the hole, and was able to put a couple stitches in, doing CPR, running down the hall at county, like right in front of the families while they're waiting. That's the old county. It's the same building from General Hospital, the soap opera. So you're like running down the hall, blood, covered in blood, and the families are sitting out there like watching this. So go up to the 15th floor. There's where the operating rooms are at night. No air conditioning, no ORs available because ortho's going, neurosurgery's going. We're running like 4 rooms. So I get on the guy's chest. Anesthesia comes, intubates him, get on the chest. We have a medical student who knows nothing about anesthesia. And the chief resident is like, dude, just keep this gas going. So then I take a saw and split his sternum. Okay, so the upshot is he lives. Like, holy shit, he lives.
Oh my gosh.
So day two, we extubate him, and he's in the ICU, and he looks down at his chest, and the swastika's all, excuse my language, fucked up. Like I'm not gonna put it back together. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
Like, and he looks down, and he's like, and I'm like, what's wrong, man? And he's like, whoa, man, like who did this? And I'm like, a Jew. And he got really silent. Okay, he got really silent, and he turns to me, and goes, thanks, brother, for saving my life. And I'm like, my pleasure. And upshot is, so he goes out of the hospital, and I saw him in clinic 2 weeks later, and he owned a gym in Colton called Penitentiary Gym. So he brought me a blue jean shirt, that looks like what they wear in the penitentiary, and it was, and everything. And the guy says to me, he goes, I don't have anything against Jews. He goes, I never met somebody who was Jewish, and I was told all this stuff about you guys. And I was like, you guys? Like, I'm like busting his ass already, but like, he's a nice guy. And he's like, I never met somebody Jewish. I'm like, oh, we had our horns clipped at birth. Do you want to see? And he's like, looking over my head. But my upshot is, at the end of the day, when somebody's faced with death, we are all the same.
Yeah.
And it teaches you that, and people, their hatred goes away, and their preconceived ideas go away. And I think good doctors can put everything aside to save somebody's life. Don't make judgments, because there's so much ignorance, and just, we can get back to like the MAGA stuff. There's so many ignorant people, and there's a difference between stupidity and ignorance. And, obviously ignorance I define as somebody who's smart just doesn't want to know the truth, or doesn't want to do the research to find out the truth.
Yeah.
And when you go through something like that, it changed me, and it changed him. And it was just our interactions in clinic 2 or 3 times. The guy was like, lovely, like he's like, I'm done. man, he's like, I'm done with Aryan nations and neo-Nazi.
Wow.
So, it's a cool story. It's a real
It
story.
changed his life and saved his life.
Yeah,
incredible, man.
But you go back to your friends who have hatred, and they're like, and he was like, those Jews are not such bad people.
I found the one, guys. I found the one.
Right, exactly. And you're like, whatever, So,
Dang,
so
dude, thank you so much. That was so cool. That was such a nice story, man. Thank you for sharing. Dude, so Nico wanted to ask you a question. That's why I wanted to jump in real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Nico,
sure.
are you still there?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Richmond and Dr. Greg. I mean, I would love to hear both of your opinions. I've spoken to many medicinal chemists about this, and I know, we're on the internet. There's no professional advice, so I totally get all the disclaimers. And I'll keep it kind of vague for certain reasons, but it's very popular right now for a lot of the youngins to partake of a natural supplement in replacing instead of taking like SSRIs, right? And it seems to be effective, but I talked to a medicinal chemist and he's like, look at this paper. And it was essentially a paper saying that chronic exposure gives mice valvulopathy. So it's cardiotoxic to mice. And I then started reading every paper under the sun about this specific mechanism. And it seems like there's a certain class of molecules, which these molecules fall under, which stimulate the 5H2B receptor, which is a serotonin receptor. But it's kind of cool. It's like the receptor that the heart connects to the brain with. And it seems that over chronic exposure, there was specifically a weight loss drug in the 80s, which resulted in valvulopathy for people. There was a huge
talking about part of fen-phen, one of the drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was a little bit, so I went into, there's a open source model of AlphaFold 3 to simulate this binding. And I simulated a bunch of binding online or on the computer. And I saw that these class of compounds, which are very popular, are binding to this receptor, not as strongly as these other compounds that are known to be problematic, but it's binding enough to be a concern. So I emailed the scientist and he said, we don't know what the threshold is for humans, but there's either going to be a ton of people with valvulopathy in 30 years or everyone's going to be fine. And I was kind of wondering, how do I kind of gauge? So he actually told me you should publish this just to put it out there because it's kind of cool. But I was wondering from a perspective of a cardiologist, like how do you think about these kinds of like risk things and yeah, I don't know. It's kind of an interesting thing, but it sounds like you're familiar with that drug that was problematic in the weight loss drug.
I mean, it was part of fen-phen, which phentyramine is still out, but one of them caused, I think it was tricuspid regurgitation, and I don't know the mechanism, and I'm a cardiac surgeon who operates on that stuff. I've never operated on one because it's not that common, but regarding what you're saying, about SSRIs, I think SSRIs and SNRIs are great drugs, beyond phenomenal. We know that patients who are on SSRIs, which are Prozac family drugs, and SNRIs are like Cymbalta, also known as duloxetine and Pristiq, people have better outcomes who have cancer and heart disease. And, if you think about it teleologically, if you are in a better mood, in a better place, and can deal with strife and everything, and your outlook is more positive, you're going to do well. You're going to do better functionally, right? I mean, it makes sense. So, the problem is when you're, and you're talking about mice, and Greg knows this better than anybody. Mice in ex vivo studies are preclinical studies, and they're meaningless. You can't, you can't make any. I mean, any preclinical study that you read where somebody's telling you, well, and that's all these guys, Gary Breckas, who's not even a scientist, and Jordan Peterson, like, oh, there's some study in mice. Click, next
Tissue
page.
culture.
Totally, because there's no applicability to humans. I mean, there's just not, so a lot. Just remember, a lot of stuff sounds great, but in order to get something approved and work, you have to do preclinical work, then get it into clinical trials, IRB approved. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 2B, stage 3, and like an aside, there's one of the hot topics now is lipoprotein little a, which I don't know if all you guys have heard about. So lipoprotein little a is a risk marker for really bad, severe atherosclerosis quick. Well, we can measure it as a one-time test. It's genetic. There are 4 drugs now in phase 3 trials that lower it dramatically. Unless there are outcomes, and the outcome trials are going on right now, they will never get FDA approved. Because just because something can manipulate a number, if it doesn't change an outcome, it's not useful. So that's just my general feeling on studies, and as soon as I hear mice, I just basically dismiss it. Because I don't know what you're feeling about it. I mean, you deal with cells. You deal with
I have done like tissue culture and a mice model for our non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1, like algae immunotoxin paper. But that's I mean, it's very, very niche. You basically just have that. There's just a lot more going on in an organism by organism basis. It's hard to extrapolate other than like extremely mechanistic ideas, extremely like, it's very, very specific.
Yeah, I mean, and plus you also have to have unlimited amount of money to even get it to that point, because chances are all this stuff is going to fail.
Exactly.
A perfect example is, I think I might have mentioned it last night, fenbendazole for cancer. Okay, guess what? Spoiler alert, it does not work. Okay, it does not work. There is not one randomized placebo-controlled trials that fenbendazole, which obviously is in the MAGA right-wing world, it's along with their ivermectin for cancer. And yes, in preclinical studies in animals, there are anti-cancer properties, but it's an oral drug, and you can't get it into people in high enough quantities to have anti-cancer properties without destroying their liver. So that's the point. Just because you can do something in an animal doesn't translate into a human,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's really helpful.
Cool.
And I guess this is all kind of the wild, wild west, in the sense that, there's like trends, right? Like even there's one that is common. It's like a copper dye that it's like a dye, a blue dye that everyone's
You
talking
mean
about.
methylene blue?
Yeah.
Methylene blue. So, I guess the naturalists are always kind of like pumping some popular supplement. But thank you so much, Dr. Richmond. That answers my question, and really appreciate it.
Don't take methylene blue. It makes your mouth blue. And then the only thing we use it for, IV, for nothing else, is for carbon monoxide poisoning. It displaces the carbon monoxide.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
and that's why. So like when these people are doing it, I'm like, the hell?
That's
What's interesting about methylene blue is I looked at the molecular structure, and then I saw that there's a antipsychotic, like a class 1 antipsychotic that has a very similar structure. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be taking supplements or drugs that look like that. So anyways, but yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Michael, you might have answer a quick question that someone had in chat. Do you believe in afterlife, and do you have any near-death experiences with patients?
Yeah. So yes. So it's interesting. I've you would think being a surgeon, especially a cardiac surgeon who's lost so many patients, I definitely think there's something. I've had patients who've died on the operating table, and they're not there. Like as soon as they die, something has left them, whatever. And I say that's their spirit, okay, because they're dead. Like they're dead. There's nothing there. It's just a vessel. And so do I think that there is something more? Yeah, and I've struggled with it. I have a patient who's actually a Chabad rabbi, I have nothing in common with, who wears the black hatter and everything.
Oh yeah.
And he's cool as hell. Okay, like Houston. He grew up in Houston, Reformed Jew, never went to temple, and then went to Australia, and came back, and now he's young and he's an Orthodox rabbi, and in terms of helping him with his cholesterol, I said, Rabbi, can you give me, like in Christianity, I said, when somebody dies, you guys got stuff to read. We don't have anything to read to make you feel better. I go, it really bums me out. I said, there's nothing in the Old Testament to read. And there's only, like, I think 2 references in the Old Testament about an afterlife, because Judaism is concerned with this life, this world today, where Christianity, your deeds on earth now determine where you're going. So what Jews believe regarding an afterlife, and mind you, I was a theology minor at a Catholic university. So
Oh wow.
I went to Georgetown, biology major, theology minor, and I would go to Latin
Wow.
masses on Sunday, because like my priest theology teacher would do a cool Latin mass, and I go, and he'd like wink at me, and because I took Latin for so many years, I didn't understand it. It just sounded good, but but he taught me that when in Judaism, and this is a priest, when you do go, your body, your spirit just becomes one with the earth, and that's why when somebody dies in Judaism, you say, "May their memory be a blessing," because you're holding it
Oh,
in your heart, and that's
interesting.
and the reason why Jews bury somebody so quickly is because we came from the earth. So
Oh,
we're putting the vessel that this person lived in into the ground, which is the earth. We're honoring them, but your
that's
spirit
cool.
goes back on. Now, this is like all new for me, over the last, because I wanted to believe in an afterlife, but the scientist in me, and I'm sure the scientist in you, is like, this shit is it's just, it's called faith, and it's like hard,
Yeah.
So do I believe there's something more? Yes, because I've seen like somebody's spirit just leave their body, and they're, I mean, I've done 15 heart transplants, and when you take out, when, it's a whole thing, there'll be a liver team there, lung team, kidney, it's like the United Nations, and everybody's arguing, but the heart goes first. And this person is on a ventilator, and they were alive, and they're still alive, and as soon as their organs go, they're just an empty vessel. So there is something more. We're never going to know where. It's based on your religious feelings and your religious beliefs.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think?
I just think that's probably just like that electrical pulse that's kind of keeping your heart going. That's just kind of like a disconnection of that, maybe. And I don't know. I'm pretty materialist. I just don't feel like there's any supernatural
Me
thing.
neither.
Yeah.
Me neither. I mean, one of my, I wrote an article, 5 things about life. Actually, I posted it. It's on my TikTok. 5 things I learned about life by becoming a heart surgeon, and one of them is that the heart gives you life, and as long as the heart beats, there's hope. And there's hope. There's hope that you can mend awful relationships. There's hope that you can forgive somebody and be forgiven, because it's the only organ that gives you life, and it gives you the ability to think and interact. And when your heart stops, the game's over. So that's the only thing I can say is when your heart beats, there's hope. But I don't believe there's any.
More so than the brain? You don't think that the heart could be replaced by like a machine or something?
It can, but the problem is it's the same thing as putting people on cardiopulmonary bypass to stop their heart to do heart surgery. It's not pulsatile flow; it's continuous flow. So if you're on, even though we have VADs, which are like assist devices, they're not pulsatile. They're continuous flow, and it just does tremendous damage to your organs.
Oh,
So
interesting.
yeah, so it's we do the best we can, but the way we view heart surgery is when you stop somebody's heart, each minute you're on the bypass machine to stop it is like squeezing the trigger of a gun just a little bit more.
Dang.
So
Dang, that's so
I mean,
cool,
I
man.
feel the same as you. I've just tried to find some meaning in like awful shit I've seen, getting hit by a train coming in alive, and it's just like, multiple gunshot wounds, just like the worst trauma you could ever seen. Burns 90% of the body that the person's not going to survive, and you have to actually take them off pain medicine. And the head of burns at USC would make us tell them that you have no chance of survival. Nobody's ever survived this, but we will try. And I'd look at him and
Oh my gosh.
I'd look at him and I'd be like, Dr. Zawacki, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like you have no chance of surviving. We're going to put you through horrible operations for the next month for 8 hours a day in an operating room that's 120 degrees, but you're not going to live. So
That's tough, dude. It's so tough.
yeah. So
dude, well, Michael, thank you so much for coming on, man. That was so cool. I really appreciate you talking to me and reaching out, and that was really special, dude. That was really, really cool just to help someone in need and talk through them and talk with them. And yeah, man, that was really nice. Thank you for doing that.
No, it's a pleasure, like, to not get like I told you, I don't go to temple, I mean, as boring as you, but it's like a pleasure not to get like hate stuff, because I get hate stuff. I'm open about my life or whatever, but like get hate stuff, about which I'm not cool with, whatever religion somebody is, whatever race, whatever ethnicity, they're entitled to respect,
Oh yeah. Yeah. I totally agree. It seems like a silly thing to fight about, but
at this juncture,
Yeah, especially at the end of your life, I can totally understand that point where, I mean, that's a really heavy, that was a really powerful story with swastika, and yeah, that was
yeah, I mean, it was
really heavy.
Yeah, I mean, they still talk about it. I heard at USC, like, man, rich men, it's been totally embellished.
The swastika gets mangled a little bit more every time.
I made it into an X. No, it was just basically, like my initials. He wrote MFR on it.
Star and David.
Exactly.
Oh, man, that's cool.
All right, brother. Dude, so you're awesome. I'm glad we became friends yesterday.
Yeah, man, this is amazing. This is unbelievable. Like, it's so cool. And then to have her come on, and then you're in chat, and then coming up, I don't want to speak like I'm
dominating and trying to be, but you and I both have a common philosophy of trying to educate
Yeah.
people with facts. Truth matters and
Yeah.
facts matter. And I'm always open to listening as you are, but like just some of the stuff is just nonsense and harmful. And I just can't listen to it.
Yeah. I mean, brother, you're welcome to request anytime there's any medical thing that you want to talk about or speak to anyone with. I don't want to do the adversarial like panels, and because then it just like gets people ganging up on one another, but experts and stuff coming together, and like that kind of conversation is exactly what I feel like a multi-guest thing is for. That's beautiful. So I really
It's
really
like
appreciate you.
There are certain people who you just can't talk to. I was just going to write an article, a real factual article, like what a naturopath is. Like naturopaths, for example, there's 4 states. There's 4 states and we're not going to get into it, but there's 4 states that they cannot practice in. Florida,
That's good.
South Carolina, I think Tennessee. So naturopath to me is not a doctor. That's what it stands for.
Yeah, of course, dude. There's next to my it's so cool in San Diego, sports and family medicine. It's this place where the Olympic team gets seen. So it's an incredible place. The guy, my physician, my PCP, like used to wrestle, and he's like the Archers physician. It's so cool. It's such a cool doctor's office where they're really focused on like longevity. Everyone in there is coming out like older but fit, and like they're keeping people going to the sports longer in life. It's just such a cool place. And then right next door there's this thing, like a bunch of people with doctor, their name ND, and I'm just like, these naturopath doctor. I'm like, give me a break. Like what a crying shame that there's such an incredible doctor's office where it's like one of the it's just an incredible place that you could get care, and then right next door is some place that you could get hoodwinked into going into. I think it's just
like hoodwinked, thousands and thousands of dollars hoodwinked.
Yeah,
and a lot of them are chiropractors. I have nothing
It's all these chiropractors, man.
I have nothing against them if they stay in their lane, but they're not doctors. They all have to have doctor before their name because they're insecure. Like, like medical doctors, podiatrist is a medical doctor, a DO is a medical doctor, an MD is a medical doctor. They end their name with their initials. They don't walk around like, nobody calls me Dr. Michael, and I'm not into even Dr. Richmond, whatever you can call me by my name. But it's when you're like, I can't tell you how many, for example, how many cardiologists are my patients, and they're on statins, they're maxed out, but they won't put their patients on the medicine. That's the only proven medicine, and because they don't want to deal with any bitching from side effects. And I'm like, dude, that's so bad. I'm like, that is so bad. And they're like, well, you deal with it. I'm like, I am, because you sent me the patient,
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the whole ND thing and the functional medicine. UCLA's got a really neat program in oncology. UCLA has board certified oncologists. John's not one who I was talking about, but who also have a degree in Eastern medicine. So they're giving you your Keytruda at the same time they are dealing with the Eastern medicine component. If you want it, like reishi mushrooms, have some anti-cancer properties, but they're not doing any hocus pocus shit. They're real MD. Got no problem with that. I think it's great.
Yeah, like I mean, Tylenol came from like bark, right? Like I mean, so it like makes sense, but I feel like it's all the everything else where it's like a 1 to a millionth peppermint oil, and that's going to treat your whatever. And you're like,
speaking of peppermint oil is actually outstanding. So first line treatment of esophageal motility disorder. So
interesting.
Esophageal motility disorder it's part of the workup. Let's say somebody doesn't have reflux symptoms, but they have dysphagia, trouble swallowing, and we do esophageal manometry to measure the squeeze and the pressures, and they can mimic chest pain. It's called like diffuse esophageal spasm. First line is 2 Altoids peppermint before each meal, because
Really?
peppermint oil is a smooth muscle relaxant. And lo and behold, you will find a patient who's like, holy shit, my chest pain's gone. This is after you've ruled out cardiac causes.
Interesting.
So yes, that's legit and that's been studied. We know
Interesting.
peppermint oil, but like when these people are doing just like
Good to know.
crazy ass shit, you can't, like chelation therapy to clean out your coronary arteries. Like if it worked, don't you think I'd be doing it and I would have already told you, like, dude, we gotta go to chelation.
It's so
By the
funny.
way, just an aside, do you know the guys at any of the ortho guys at Scripps?
No.
Because one of my buddies who I trained with, Dave Hackley, I think he's the best orthopedic surgeon down in at Scripps. He's sports and he runs the clinic up in Mammoth during ski season too. He's the
Oh,
bomb.
dang, that's awesome.
Yeah. So if you need, I mean, I know plenty of guys all over who are like us, normal, cool,
Normal nerds.
but good doctors who are just like, yeah. So I'm just all about truth and doing the right thing and not ripping people off,
Yeah, especially in a time when they're vulnerable, man. It's like the subscription model, stuff where it's unbelievable, dude.
People are struggling right now. Just when we were talking about the economy before, yeah, the 1%ers are doing great,
Yeah.
but your average person not. And you're selling ipamorelin and tesamorelin, and if you really have a growth factor deficiency, why the hell wouldn't you be taking growth factor? Like, why would you be taking something that's made in a compounding pharmacy?
Yeah.
And tesamorelin, the only thing it's FDA approved for is HIV lipodystrophy. Doesn't do anything else. Neither does ipamorelin. It's not even approved in the United States. But yet, everybody and their mother is going to functional and taking it. And it's no bueno.
It's wild, man. I think it's just the algorithms and the social media just pushes this expertise mindset. Everyone has to be an expert on everything, and they're kind of like clinging to these weird contrarian viewpoints because it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, and they're on the wrong side of the curve.
Yeah. And these guys say, one of my lines is I tell people is when somebody says a study, but they don't quote the study, or they won't quote the journal,
or they'll say it's public. My favorite is that it's published in PubMed.
Right.
What? It's like saying, oh, like it's I found it in Google, you're like, or no, it's even worse than that, because anyway, it's so ridiculous. Like, it's just, I that's the thing where I am constantly, I don't know, I'm constantly qualifying like everything. And I think that's important because like, I don't know a lot of stuff with mammals or like health. Obviously I don't have like that expertise, and it's like having an expertise in something that's super narrow and super specific, right? You kind of like, you can see like what actual expertise is. And I don't even have expertise in molecular biology, man. I've done it for 16 years. And these guys, I'll go to seminars and I'll see people that are just incredible molecular biologists that I'm just blown away with, and so it's just, I see in other fields, and I see people that actually know, like real recognize real kind of thing, where you actually see it.
You have a good bullshit meter though too, where you're just like this, like, I don't know if you know what grand rounds are. Like, so in medical school and residency, once a month in surgery, the whole department gets together and they just rip you a new, your for like shit you did wrong.
Okay.
And I would always pull like journal articles from the Ugandan Journal of Medical, the Ugandan Journal of Medicine, and they would come in, and these attendings that are famous and mean would start laughing, and they're like, "Yeah, Richmond Brown in one of his bullshit papers," and I'm like, "It's here, it's right here. What I did, it says right here that it's legit," and everybody would start laughing, because the point is, you can always find a toilet magazine,
exactly,
or a real journal to support whatever it is you want to say.
It's so true, man.
And then so many of these guys self-publish, like with COVID.
Exactly, dude. The DOIs, if they have a DOI number, it's as good as a Nature publication to a lot of these people. It's like you look at it, it's a preprint server. You're like, what? It's a preprint server on something where it's like literally a Google Drive Dropbox. You know, it's like it doesn't mean anything, dude. It doesn't
like that guy, the French guy who did the hydroxychloroquine that everybody quoted, and his 1,000 patients, and they all did this, and then you look them up. And just for everybody, there's a great website called Quackwatch. You ever been there?
Oh, literally look it up.
Quackwatch. It goes
nice.
It goes through. You can see how many times like Gary Breck has been indicted, and it goes through there. People have been indicted who have no Mercola, for example, like all the stuff that's happened to him legally, and it's a place to go where you can see the true story on people.
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I think that it's so important, especially, dude, when we as a society give these people licenses in order to have the authority. And I think it's so important to hold these people accountable, like genuinely, because it's like that's why they have to have their licenses revoked if they're actually pushing disinformation, if they're creating disinformation. Like, we have to take it away from them, because that is the impetus that they're using to take advantage of people and hurting people, and they're causing damage.
I mean, Farrah Fawcett had anal cancer, 100% curable. She went to Europe and did a bunch of bullshit and died by the time it became stage 4. Steve Jobs,
exactly.
Okay,
billionaire.
He had curable neuroendocrine cancer and did all this stuff. I mean, and he found somebody and he signed up and he believed him, and that guy could have had anything that within reason, because he had the money, but he bought on herbs and all this, and the people who he hooks up, they should lose their license, like,
for sure,
period. Full stop. I mean, it's so frustrating, and you're into MMA and all that stuff, but you can look at Dana White. So he signs up with Gary Brecka, becomes his best friend. Gary Brecka, before he became a charlatan or whatever he does, a biologist, he worked in the insurance industry, in the actual survival department, where they were, that's where, this guy's got hypertension, and this guy, his lifespan is estimated at 9 point something years. So that's what he did to Dana White. I would think Dana White would be a little smarter and be like, rather than be like, oh yeah, Gary Brecka said I'm going to live 9 years. So he just changed his life, but he didn't need somebody to pay, to pay a bunch of money to tell him that you're fat, you're insulin resistant, you have metabolic syndrome, you got to change your life, or you're not going to live a long time. But what they've done now is, whatever.
It's crazy, man. There's actually a lot of philosophy with jiu-jitsu and MMA, but jiu-jitsu specifically, because it came in at a time when there was all these BS martial arts that were kind of like Tai Chi and like, this really ethereal thing of martial arts where it's like you could do these little movements in the 90s, that would have these huge impacts, and everyone thought it was kind of legit. And basically the Gracie family went around and challenging all these gyms, like, and said, let's do it. Let's actually spar and let's like put it to the test. And basically that was how jiu-jitsu got really famous in like the 50s to like the 80s. And then obviously with MMA and the UFC, it was found to like kind of like be the best at the time. And what I find from that, the philosophical lesson is like, you wouldn't say like, oh, I have a Tai Chi, like a force field that can stop your punches. It would be like, okay, you can say that, but like, we're going to actually spar real quick and we're going to go full force and we're going to see if that works, And what happens is the analogy is basically the neuropath or naturopath or whatever is like the Tai Chi where they don't want to spar and they're saying like, oh, I don't want to do that. I don't know. I don't want to get involved there. And it's like, no, you have to like actually show the experiment. You actually have to do the due diligence to actually do the experiments, to do the publications. You have to show your data. You have to do the actual thing. And it's just for a lot of people, you'd think in jujitsu, with that being the philosophy, right? Where it was the BS killer. It was the BS killer that took down karate and taekwondo, and they're not as good. And it's like you would think that people would apply that philosophy.
Right. And what I say about it is it's reproducible.
Exactly.
If you do the same thing over and over, repetition is the key to learning. And that's what jujitsu is. And that's what teaches you to think.
Exactly.
You're doing the same thing. And it's a cerebral exercise. And if you can train your mind, no different than being a heart surgeon. When you go in there, like I'm shitting in my pants half the time. Like this is a bad case. But you train your mind to do it the same way over and over. And you start thinking through problems. And the best MMA guys are guys who can grapple, right? Who can do jujitsu and get them to the ground.
Exactly. Yeah.
So.
Well, dude, thank you so much.
You're awesome.
So awesome to talk to you, man. You're welcome anytime. It's a pleasure to have you in the community and everything. And it's just
it's a pleasure to know you, man. Like
likewise.
Like I already consider you a friend. Like you're my go-to with yeast.
Nice, sick, man. That's awesome. Algae too. That probably is like a little bit more.
Naegleria. No, the brain abscess, the amoeba. There's somebody who they just from the Midwest who was in the news who has Naegleria, and I'm like, oh boy,
Naegleria. I'll have to check it out.
Naegleria is that amoeba that you get from swimming in
fresh. Okay.
It's universally fatal, but they have another case now, and I'm like,
sick. I'll check it out.
I figured that was your gig.
I'll check it out. All right, sweet. Thanks, Michael. I appreciate you, man.
All right, man.
Have a good night.
All right.
See, dude, so cool. I'm telling you guys, this is what I'm saying. This stream, the thing that makes this place amazing isn't me. It is all of us. This community is unbelievable. It is so cool to have everyone here. Just the depth of knowledge and the breadth of knowledge too. It's just absolutely so cool. It's stunning. It's so fun. I have such a blast. Bobby, I see you. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Just give me 1 second, 1 minute, Bobby. Thank you. Thank you, Krista, doing all the likes. Petra, Jen, killing it with all the likes. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thanks to the top gifters, Gary, Sheepadoodle, Jen. Thank you guys so much. The best way to help and support the stream is drop a subscribe. Thank you for 1 like, 1,000 likes, or 10,000 likes. Krista's up to 14,000 likes. Thank you so much. If you want to do a super chat and have your question read immediately, it's $5 on Venmo on my link tree. It links in the bio. Also, join the Discord. That's where we have all the show notes, primary sources, science discussion going. It's also my YouTube live archive. If you want to take a mental health break, please do. You're not forced to watch this. There's an archive of all of the lives there, and all my publications if you wanted to check it out. Oh, Bobby, I was gonna invite you right now, dude. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find you. The guy left. It's all right, guys. Well, I was thinking about getting off anyway. Oh, sure, Bobby? You want to do it? Okay. All right, sweet. I'll get you in. No, it's not, Jen. That's the Kung Fu is kind of like the striking thing. Jiu-Jitsu is like wrestling, more like it's like grappling. So it's no striking. How's it going, Bobby?
Great, Dr. Greg. How are you doing,
cool.
sir?
Thanks, man. Yeah, good.
I will turn my video on in a second. Sorry, I'm trying to get my dog put to bed here. But your live feed has come across my scrolling.
Okay, cool. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. That's this is the fourth night in a row.
Oh, nice.
So I don't know who you're paying here at TikTok to get.
Apparently, you like our stuff. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I have listened each time between 5 and 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Oh, are you still there?
Yep. Cool, man. Yeah, I try to make it interesting and fun, and we're we got a science segment after this if you want to stick around. And I've been trying to do the. Did you see the science segment now? I've completely changed it.
I have not.
Okay, that's going to be exciting. That's it. I got a whole thing now. It's a whole. Dr. T hasn't seen it. I can't wait to see what her thing. 100K. Oh my gosh, you guys did do it. Amazing. That's crazy. Thank you so much. It really helps to bring new people in here and new followers. So thank you guys so much.
Is that why I'm here? Did they drag me here?
Maybe, honestly. Maybe.
All right, I'm about to turn my camera on. I feel like being on camera is more.
Sure. Whatever you want, man. Whatever you feel most comfortable with.
Yeah. I think it's a sign of like respect when you're. I don't want to say like I'm going to have a debate with you because I'm.
No. It's all good.
Curious about you. How do I turn my video on here? All right, here we go.
Yo.
Cool. You got me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Cool. I gotta get my medicine here. All right, so.
Welcome.
I'm curious as to what your you're so kind, but I want to hate you.
Okay.
And internally, I know that's a bias. I know that's a prejudice, right? Like,
okay, I'm excited where this is gonna go.
Well, no, I feel like the instinct kicks in, based on like former reactions. But then I listen to you talk to people, and I'm like, why is this guy so nice, but I want to hate him? So, how can I better learn about you as a conservative to understand where you're coming from with this obvious bias and prejudice?
Oh, okay. Nice. Well, dude, thanks for coming on the live then. I appreciate this opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Cool, man. Well, I guess where do you want to start? Where'd you grow up? Like, how did you grow up? Or if you want to get into that, you don't have to. I don't know. I'm not trying to dox you, but I'm just like your background. I'm curious.
Yeah, I bet you could guess. Oklahoma.
Okay, cool.
Military.
Nice.
Contractor, currently engineer for drones.
Nice, man.
Yeah, huge nerd. Not a doctor, but I'm a nerd.
Nice, man. Yeah, I did my fellowship was with the National Defense Science and Engineering Graduate Fellowship, and I did my research with the Army Research Office. So that's where like they paid for my house down payment. So I appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you. That's great work. That's pretty hard to get into for those that don't know. That's like, anyway.
Yeah.
Very cool. So
thanks,
you're against Trump's. I saw something about you're anti-Trump, and I'm not pro-Trump. I will never be invited to his next wedding. I know that. Right. So that's my favorite joke. What happened for you to lash out at Trump as a kind person? Because I think I need to understand that.
I mean, I got laid off this week. That's like the big thing that happened from like him divesting from the science as an institution. So basically, like the United States has pulled back unconstitutionally, in my opinion. You know, there was federally, legislatively approved funds for science spending, and it was a bunch of money in NSF, NIH, all that kind of stuff. And basically what's happened is a lot of the private companies that are doing business with the universities are now their contracts are in question, and they're going away. So we had that. And then on top of that, a second thing was the tariffs. So it was actually a German company that had a US site in San Diego, and it was about 50 people there. And the tariffs basically impacted our labor costs, and it impacted the way that our materials were being like shipped in, because it's a German company. So obviously they're going to use their own materials and ship those in. And then on top of that, the Putin's invasion of Ukraine increased the German energy costs by 30%. So it was just kind of like a whirlwind of like, we would probably withstand maybe 2 out of the 3 or 1 out of the 3, but all 3 of them was just enough in order to, like kill the site and lay off all 50 people. I mean, it was like a company that got bought out by the German company, but it was there for 25 years, man. It was, those are American jobs, American patents, American technology. And that's what I wish people understood, is that there was, Trump lied to these people, said that they're going to be bringing American jobs home. But what he's doing is he's impacting American jobs right now with a lot of his stuff.
And this is the company you worked at with the 50 people?
Yeah. It was basically so BASF was the larger company. It was a chemical company, and in order to help their enzyme, their chemistry reactions, they're exploring enzymes in biology. And I basically worked there by making yeast strains that can make specific biopharmaceuticals, and basically creating strains that would be kind of like the workhorse that we would create these drugs inside of. So I genetically modify yeast for a living, basically.
Okay. So not too far off from like CRISPR technology, but just on a yeast level.
Yeah, I started using CRISPR like in 2014. I was like one of the first people to genetically modify Yersinia lipolytica with it. And yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I first heard about it in 2016.
Oh, cool, man.
And I was really upset that it had been around for a couple of years. I hadn't heard of it. I was like,
yeah,
this is what people are doing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. DiCarlo et al. 2013 Saccharomyces cerevisiae was the big breakthrough moment where we saw, because everyone thought that it was obviously in the bacteria. It was around for a really long time with Dowden's paper, but it was the Zhang lab from the George Church lab at Harvard, and Zhang is his postdoc. But anyway, it was basically genome editing inside of Saccharomyces cerevisiae that people were like, whoa, this could actually happen in any eukaryotic cell. So that was like, whoa, this is crazy.
This is like everybody now.
Yeah. Everyone does it now. Yeah. It's really cool.
I had to look up what eukaryotic meant when I was reading in 2016. I was like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, man.
I was like, I don't know what that is, but it sounds important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Wow. Okay. So man, I want to learn so much from you. What could you learn, or do you want to learn from me?
I guess, why would you call yourself a Republican?
I don't.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I thought that was you'd start.
I think conservative.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So you would say that there's like you're a conservative, but you're not a part of the Republican Party anymore. Okay. Because you think that the Republican Party is like owned by Trump, and is that what I'm?
No. I mean, everyone likes to think that they're a little bit nuanced, right?
Yeah, no, yeah.
So I have been an advocate of more unpopular ideas since like high school, college, within my conservative like Oklahoma area. Like, people love McCain, and I was like, I don't know, that dude seems to really love war.
Okay.
That dude was there, and then now he's like making it, and my friends are dying and stuff, and then I ended up joining, and I was like, this is a kind of like unpopular Republican idea, right? And so I didn't identify as a Republican because I was like, I don't like anybody dying, kind of thing. So, and I'm not a Democrat, although I'm socially, the phrase, right? The phrase socially conservative, socially liberal,
fiscally conservative. Is that what you mean?
bullshit. Republicans are just as bad about it.
Are you talking about the debt and stuff? Is that what you mean? Yeah.
5 trillion, just sign it. And I'm like, what? Who is counting? Anyway, so that's how I grew up. That's like why I'm trying to figure out what is next for America. And that is why I'm here, because I feel like just having, like, we'll never see each other in person, most likely, right? Dr. Greg, like, but we're trying to have a genuine, maybe uncomfortable conversation. And if people like this don't start doing this, I don't know where else we're going to go.
No, I'm with you, man. I'm totally with you. I mean, that's why I dusted off the science communication stuff in general. I hadn't done it in like 3 years until like this last year. And I was like, man, I got to do something, I got to get involved some way. It's how my mom raised me, to always run towards problems and not away from them. And it's like, there's just a rise in this anti-intellectualism, anti-science stuff. And and people are on here in TikTok. I never even used TikTok really before this. And now, this whole thing is kind of spun up in the last 2 weeks. So it's been really cool. It's been really cool.
You're one of the most amazing conversationalists I've ever seen.
Oh, dude, thank you. That's a really genuine, thank you. That really means a lot to me. Cool.
Yeah, you are. You've been here for 2 weeks. Blows my mind. Okay. Man, you said something earlier that rang a bell. Why don't you run for office? That's what it was.
Are you asking me why I'm not right now? You know what? I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I'm going to be honest, since it's just me and you talking and we're becoming friends quickly. I mean, obviously I've thought about it, and getting laid off was something that it lines with 2026 pretty well, and Daryl Issa is he's actually my congressman, and I loathe Daryl Issa. He's the guy that did all of those ridiculous like wastes of all those that house stuff, where thing after thing, where he's just wasting people's money and time trying to like just smear people. He wasn't trying to do any type of fact-finding mission and stuff. It was just gross. I've thought about it. It's just there's the amount of money, and I looked at it recently, actually. I mean, the amount of money it takes is just wild. I mean, he already has like $5 million in his coffers. There isn't really any other Democrat that's running. There's one that has $10,000, but I think I could fundraise that. I'd never really thought about it sincerely until I got laid off this week. So, but yeah, I kind of need, even in the scenario that I did run and won, let's say I did win, like I still have like a year and a half that I need to like pay the bills with my wife. So it's really hard.
It is, but that could also help your campaign raising, which would also help you find a job interim. I'm sure somebody, a donator, would be happy to give you a job part-time.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, well, you'd have to see.
Daryl who?
Yeah.
Daryl who?
Daryl Issa, ISSA. Yeah, if you saw his face, you would know who he is. He's exactly who, like, he's been in Congress for like 25 years, man. It's been unbelievable. He's just an awful person.
Running his website. That's a strong come off.
Yeah, he's a bad guy. He's a genuinely, he's like that neocon that you were talking about with McCain, where it's just like the same thing, man. Yeah, that's him. Exactly. So yeah, I have thought about it. I do, and honestly, Trump actually in 2017, he actually inspired me to get involved, and so I started donating my time or volunteering at City Hall in Riverside. So that was like a really cool thing where basically they were trying to get a bunch of biotechnology companies to start in Riverside, because Riverside's right by San Diego County, and San Diego County has hundreds of biotech companies. And it's like, well, why don't we have any in Riverside? And that, the mayor had this council basically, and I ran for the executive board member. Got it, which was really cool because basically nobody else had any experience working at a biotechnology company. I had 5 years, and it was like one of those things where people could ask me like what it's like working there, and so I was working.
Considering like what the whole thing's for.
Yeah. So it was interesting, man. It was really nice. I mean, it really taught me that like there are a lot of people at City Hall and at the local level that are working really hard, that we don't really even see. And there's a lot of programs and things that are capable of really helping people that people just don't know about.
Accessing information when you're in a hard spot is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have something on a positive though. I have a cute puppy.
Oh, what's that? Cool. Oh, hello. Cute.
He's dead. Yeah, I slept him.
It's like, really? What? I don't know. Oh, okay.
He's like dead tired. We went for a run.
Oh, good. Nice, man.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Okay, no. So, what's your experience in biotech with AI? Because I have a drone. Well, not necessarily drone, but like engineering right now is split on AI.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, so basically, it's kind of like the hotness, where it actually reminds me a lot of CRISPR in 2014, where everyone is just like, "Oh, AI can solve every problem in biotechnology," but it doesn't necessarily equate 1-to-1. There was a Nobel Prize that AlphaFold got last year. That's kind of like a little premature, in my opinion. But basically, the idea is that AI can be used to do protein interactions, small molecules, RNA binding, that kind of thing. And we can basically create a way to just find new drugs that we wouldn't be able to find normally. The problem is that the real world in biology just works differently than that. And it needs to be tested, and a lot of them fail, like a wide majority of them fail. So that's the sad part.
Okay, so this is great that this conversation is happening because I have done a little bit of like poking around on this whole AI biotech merging beautiful blossom dozen roses for every woman kind of thing.
Okay.
And I'm like, this really adds up. And what you're saying is like may not necessarily be a 1-to-1. Like this may not be what they're claiming it to be.
Yeah, it's a good, I would say they're good hypotheses. So, you a hypothesis is you just hasn't been tested. You got to test it in order to understand. And honestly, AI has been used successfully in other aspects too. Like Frances Arnold is a Nobel Prize chemist out of Caltech, and she's used AI in order to help direct evolution. So it's like an iteratively improving approach of figuring out which one or which mutation is the best way, and to go forward and to create like new chemicals that would be for like for fuels and that kind of stuff. Frances Arnold, she's an incredible scientist.
You know what maybe I'm talking about, Dr. Greg? Is the ignorance of the difference.
Oh, okay.
Between using it as a tool.
Gotcha.
And you as a 1-to-1.
Okay.
Where I'm seeing in the drone world, like I've been using ChatGPT since the day it came out for drone technology for our top tier U.S. military warfighters.
Oh wow!
And they love me for it.
Okay.
They don't know. I mean, they do, but they don't.
Like how are you using it for like coding?
For starting points, just like you said, hypotheses.
Okay.
Like, hey, I want to do this crazy shit. I want this drone to do this fucking like blah 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 blah, and it's carrying this blah 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 blah. How are some things like ways I would go about that?
Oh, interesting.
It would list it out and I'd say, okay, great. What are some, and as it evolved and became smarter, I would say, okay, what are some like today? I said, what are some great tools to use as a converter for a specific protocol that can plug into a tablet? It lists. I said, great, give me websites.
Nice.
But I said, great, give me products. Bam, bam, bam. Send that to my procurement manager for approval.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Because I'll hypothesize, right? And I checked them all out, like they're all legit. But I'm going to test all of them out and gather my own conclusion based on hypotheses that these are going to work, and then I'll figure out which one works best.
Oh, that's cool. Nice, man. Yeah, that's a really good idea. The brainstorming plus like the next application of the idea. Like, I love that. That's what I use like ChatGPT for too, a lot.
How else do you use it? You use it in your personal dating life? You use it in your dating life? Come on, Dr. Greg. Let's be honest.
I'm married, so no, I guess like no. I use it as like a personal assistant, basically, kind of like figuring out like paths or ideas or how to fix something. Or
I don't know that I'm way more smart than you give me credit for right now. You just totally dodged that question.
What? Do I use it in my dating life? No, I'm sorry.
Gaslighting.
I'm married. Sorry.
Using your marriage life.
Oh, do I use it to get things done? To get like tasks done that I need around the house?
That was a weird way of talking about your wife, but that was a joke, everybody. Everybody knows
Nice.
that. No. Yeah, do you use it on your your relationship with your wife and your family?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk to you my projects that I have open right now. Science content creator, so I'm like shopping ideas about like how to do this stuff. My video editing, so I use ChatGPT. I get all my subtitles for all my my videos, and then it'll spread the chapters for all the subtitles that I need. My career hunt right now, I'm using it for that. My consultant work, I have like a company that I made in order to consult for financial companies to give them reports and stuff on that kind of stuff. My jujitsu, I use it for jujitsu.
Okay, hold on. I saw somebody talking about being bored in here, so we'll make this spicy. But on a personal level, I would love to know about the financial thing.
Okay.
But here's spicy. Does the DNA and bio engineering that you've seen have any replication of alien technology to you?
No. It's all, dude, the basically billions of years of evolution in biology has given us tools that we use, and we change a little bit of them and then reuse it. It's not like alien technology or anything. It's just evolution.
Do you think they're aliens?
For sure, but I'm not like little green men or whatever. Yeah, here it's probably just like, somewhere in the universe that they look different, but I think that there definitely is life, but it's not going to be like what people imagine it looks like, probably.
So what do you think about people that have, like, if you ran for Congress, you're going to have people in your district that have had, quote unquote, alien experiences and abductions?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that have a lot of experiences with stuff, but, I don't think that it's necessarily productive in order to foster those. So,
What if they're real?
I mean, there's going to be a lot of evidence to support it, and there's not just going to be like these one-offs, so.
But if you don't foster it, how would you learn?
How do we learn? I mean, I do think, I mean, to your point, I guess with drones and stuff, I do think that there are alien sighting, like unidentified flying objects like that people do see. But like, if you saw just like a drone and a quadcopter and you had no idea what that was, like their movement and how quickly they move and they stop and start, I think that's probably kind of like what they are. So like maybe the experiences are real, but it's just like the technology they're not familiar with.
Okay, so that didn't really answer my question. I was asking you, like, as an idea, if people aren't allowed to foster it and talk about it, how would it ever become evident?
Oh, people do talk about UFOs and stuff all the time. I mean, I saw a map of all the.
What I'm saying is, you have a prejudice that you're not recognizing. You have a
Okay.
bias recognizing.
Okay.
Because you said we shouldn't foster those kinds of ideas, as if you
Okay.
know.
How do you think that we should treat UFO sightings then?
Based on evidence.
What evidence would you accept?
Well, my own, personally.
Yeah, and that's the problem, I feel like, because if it's just personal evidence, you could like have people that have, you know, that doesn't, personal evidence doesn't necessarily mean the best thing, because someone could be, you know, not in the right mental state or chemical dependence, or you know what I mean? There's like a lot. I feel like there has to be an independent way of capturing the data that doesn't have just like a personal anecdote. You know what I mean?
Okay. So it's not real.
And like I said, there's probably UFOs like that people have unidentified flying objects, like legitimately, that they don't understand, that they do see, but I don't think that they're like aliens necessarily.
And the people that say they have seen them.
I mean, there's like a lot of people that say and have a lot of different experiences that.
What else have millions of people across the globe experienced other than that?
It's funny you say that, actually. I saw a map of all the UFO sightings in the world, and it's like all in the USA. So if there are UFOs, for some reason they have decided to like camp out on the USA and not in the world.
That is a misplaced statistic. Just by knowing how statistics are made, I can tell you right now that is a UFOs reported map, and that is diagnosed by people reporting them to a USA website. People that experience this stuff in Saudi Arabia or Russia aren't going to report it to the same place the USA is getting this information.
Okay, I think that's fair. Yeah,
I know it's fair, and also what's fair is that there's more people in the U.S. by a factor of 20 that have cell phones.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, there's probably like a reporting like that they have like some phones or something.
I have seen that, and I kind of came across as like you made that statistic, and I yet lashed out at you. I'm sorry about that.
No. I mean, do you think that UFOs are real?
I've had personal alien abductions that have also been experienced by other people.
Oh wow! So that you've talked to them, or you've personally?
Again, it's nuanced, but have I seen a green alien? No. Have I? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I have experienced hundreds, if not thousands, of events since I was the age of 12 that I can remember. My older brother, witnessed me at 2 getting abducted.
Wow.
He told me that when I was 16. When I told him about how I was like, man, I feel like I'm getting abducted at night, dude. Like these lights are coming down in my fucking room, and I feel like I'm fucking getting taken into space, or some fucking weird shit's going on. And he's like, I'm on the phone with him. He's like, fuck, I didn't want to tell you this, man, but I fucking experienced it too, and I fucking saw you when I was like up in the air.
What? Wow.
And I was like, I wish you hadn't fucking told me that, dude. Keep some shit to yourself.
Wow. Do you have any memories of these moments?
Yeah, absolutely. But not like once I'm in the spacecraft or anything. No.
Whoa! Wow.
Or whatever it is, right? Like I don't know.
Interesting.
So
why do you think that they've happened so many times to you?
I have no reason. Absolutely no.
Is there anyone else like around you that's had so many like abduction stories?
I would say amongst like people that I've had similar conversations with, very few, like maybe 4 or 5. But I've talked with thousands of people about this. Like I've talked to people since college. Like in college, like I didn't vote for Bush. You know what I mean? And so I was like, I've also been abducted, and people were like, I don't know what to think about this guy. You know?
Interesting, man.
Yeah.
Wow, I've never talked to anyone that has like so many, that even has ever said that they've been abducted by aliens before. This is really interesting. What do you think the biggest misconception is of being abducted by aliens?
Can I ask for a rephrase?
Yeah, what do you think people would? What's the thing that people think wrongly of being abducted? Like what? Like, you know what I mean? Like what is the people think that it's one way, but it's actually the other way?
Man, I don't think I've ever actually asked myself that question.
Because it's like maybe the, I don't know, like maybe the abduction is a lot quicker than you'd think, or maybe it was that kind of thing. I don't know.
People think you don't. Okay, how about this? Ooh, man, yeah, man, you got me thinking, Dr. Greg. Okay. I would say how it lives with you every day. So if you haven't experienced something like this, especially as many times as I have, it doesn't live with me as much anymore because it stopped, luckily. But I would say that like going to school in high school after you wake up in the middle of the night with the lights coming, through your ceiling, it's kind of an awkward conversation in PE.
Okay. Did you feel violated?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh man, I cannot believe I agreed so fast. No one's ever asked me that. Oh, that's right.
Because like, I mean, it's not a consensual thing, right? You're like not consenting to have that to happen. I mean, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, but I guess I always viewed it as like an accident. Like, oops, sorry, we didn't mean to take you.
Really? Well, that's why I was asking about people that were in your area. Because it's like, well, if the people in your area have a randomly being abducted, it seems like it's a targeted thing.
Oh, none. So I would say, sorry, I'm getting comfortable outside. I would say that the only common denominator is my family. Yeah, my brother.
Is your brother has had the same type of stories? Interesting.
But it felt like the most intense moments, Dr. Rick, was whenever I would know that something was happening and I would try to go to sleep.
While it was happening?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was like this overwhelming feeling of being awake and scared and like yelling for my mom or dad. And as that's happening, I feel this evil around me. And as this evil grows closer to me, it's a natural instinct to like want to go to sleep or pretend to die, like crawl into yourself. And the further I crawled into myself, the closer the evil got. And then I would violently wake up. Or not.
Wait, what do you mean, or not? What do you...
And sometimes I would just like wake up, like I felt like later. Yeah.
What do you think that they were getting out of this?
I don't know. I'm pretty sexy.
Like what? I mean, there's so many times you think it was like some type of like fact finding mission or something.
Handsome person. That was very mean of you to laugh at me.
Well, I just don't see them.
I'm on your show talking about aliens abducting me and probing my butthole, and you're over here.
Well, I mean, I wasn't assuming that. I was just like assuming that like they would not be. I'm assuming they're doing some type of tests or something, right?
I don't know. I have my own theories.
What are they?
These are theories.
Yeah.
I want to be clear about that.
Sure.
Like, can I tell a funny story first?
Sure, absolutely, dude.
Yeah. So in college, I had a baller fucking party at my parents' house, middle of nowhere, Oklahoma. I grew up on a ranch, as you can probably tell. 3 a.m. in the morning, party died down. Me and the lady friend at the time were having mutual excitement. And she was in a dog position. And I shit you not. Lights came through the ceiling at a rate of like a strobe light at a EDM concert.
What?
And I was like, oh, fuck. And then she looked up at me like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, I'll tell you about it later. And then the light stopped. But then
I'm sorry, the last part one more time, please.
Then we both woke up. Like,
oh.
And we remembered.
Interesting. So you guys are having a shared memory together.
And my cousins even didn't believe me as I was telling them this. I was like, we'll call Sarah right now. We called her and she agreed. So, I mean, that was like 20 years ago, so I'm not going to call her now. But it was the first of many experiences with girlfriends. So what would you think the theory would be on the girlfriends being involved with the
Yeah, how would you have a shared experience like that if they're sleeping and they wake up together?
On here now.
That is wild.
Okay.
Were you suggestive, like when you said, asked her questions, like did she volunteer all the information herself?
Oh, great question. My cousins I was talking about were women. Actually, they're like, you can't say shit to her. We're calling her.
Yeah.
You're going to say hi. You're talking to my cousins and you're fucking giving us the phone. I was like, damn. So great question. Yeah.
Dang. That's crazy, man.
But she wasn't the only one either. Like one of my brothers experienced it. Another girlfriend experienced it. She saw little green men, but she's a redhead, so.
Do you think that these experiences made you interested in drones?
No, this is like just a look at the draw, working really hard. I've moved 8 times in 4 years.
Oh dang! Holy moly! That's gnarly.
That's a gosh darnly.
Dang.
So.
Wow, man. Well, dude, this has completely stumped me. That is crazy. That is, I feel like, well, I'm happy that they stopped, man. I mean, even if it's, yeah, I'm happy that it stopped for you and that it's not haunting you. And do you sleep better now?
Yeah, no, I've always slept great.
Interesting. Really?
Oh yeah.
Interesting, man.
My point being is back to the aliens. As a Scientology, science guy, not Scientologist, but a science guy. I feel like there's an abundant amount of evidence that we don't know what's out there.
Sure.
But if millions of people experience what I experience, and that, like, I'm not on the History Channel with a crazy hairdo talking about this shit. But when they fucking say some shit, I'm like, hey, actually, some of that has happened to me.
Yeah.
And then you start diving into like all these other stories from other countries of people experiencing the exact same thing that I've experienced in my life. The exact, like, to the T. If it's not aliens, it's demons. And that's my theory.
If it's not aliens, it's demons.
And also possibly aliens.
So you think that the demons are making you hallucinate it like it is aliens, or?
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't, like. I would just say that it would be on point, based on how like, if you're in battle, if you're in war, you're scared naturally, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
You can lose your life.
Why would you lose your life?
So, enemy combatant, like bullet, missile.
And because they want to do what?
Beat the other side, take your resources.
No, they want to kill you.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Okay. So when you're in war, when you're in battle, imagine all of a sudden, like, you're in Afghanistan, 2003, in the middle of a war fight. You have a natural instinct to be scared and, like, feel people are wanting to kill you.
True.
That's an evil feeling, right?
I bet, yeah.
That's the same feeling that I have felt at home.
Dang, that's awful, man.
No, it's not. I mean, no, I'm not saying it's awful or not. It's actually good, but I'm saying, like, there are demons as, like, in a religious way, but I'm saying it's an evil. Alien. It's an evil alien. However you want to define an unknown. How do you define an unknown?
Yeah, exactly. Dang. Well, dude, what a cool way to end the night. I've never had that conversation like this before. Thank you so much for hopping on and requesting, and that's so cool, dude. That is if I wasn't on for 4.5 hours, I'd be talking to you again. Can you request again the next time? I guess it's same bad time, same bad channel. Apparently, TikTok's gonna push me into your feed tomorrow. So,
Talk to you tomorrow, brother.
Okay, is that good? Because I would love to get more into where you think that we're gonna go from here, the future. Do you know what I mean? Like what?
I want to hear what you think too, man. Like, you're so smart. I want to hear more of what your thoughts.
Okay. All right. Yeah, dude, please. Yeah. If you could, just request up, and that would be awesome. I'd love to talk to you more.
Thank you, Dr. Greg.
Cool.
You guys have good.
Appreciate you, Bobby. Thank you, man. All right, guys. Dude, do we have the coolest community or what? Come on, guys. This is the coolest TikTok. This is the coolest stream ever. YouTube, Twitch. Like, what's better than this? Nothing. We went from Michael talking to Yen Tui with actual cancer advice to medical help to UFOs, someone that's been abducted. That's been amazing. I felt like we were ending it like I used to go to sleep every night listening Coast to Coast with Art Bell, and it was all about paranormal stuff. Please tell me someone in chat knows. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, man. Coast to Coast with Art Bell. That was so cool. That was such an awesome show. Definitely made me curious about what was out there in the world. Made me want to explore things. Thank you so much. We had the peer review section, which was such a cool thing. Yes, Coast to Coast. It does. AM KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk radio. That's what I listened to. I used to listen to talk radio as a child on my radio, my handheld radio. and I'd put the things on. How are you a materialist after listening to that radio show? Well, I think that there's other means to understand the world, you know. Who played reviewer too? No, sorry. The peer review is us. We are the peer reviews reviewing the science news. That's the science news section. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, I'm just curious. $10,000. Okay. Well, chunky donkey. I'll take PayPal. I got Venmo. So you can just go ahead. I got it right here. It's like right here. There you go, guys. I'll do Venmo. I'll do PayPal works too. So doctor of philosophy, that's right there. So anyway, thank you. I'm probably going to take the week off, going to get that $10,000 check. So that's kind of nice. I appreciate you. Chunky Daddy is a man of his word. He's definitely never going to not do that. So that'd be really nice. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you. I did get laid off for real. That would be really nice. That'd be a really nice little thing to have. But what a night, guys. Dude, that was so crazy. That was so nice. Thank you for all the gifters. Gary was coming in so big. I got my first Galaxy thing. So that was really cool. I've never seen that before. That was really cool. Thank you for all the likers. Thank you for Jen, Krista, Petra. Thank you so much, Gary, and Sheepadoodle and Jen. Thank you, Sheepadoodle, for those super chats. Those are really good questions, man. I'm really happy to read those out. That was really fun. Thank you. Thanks for the fan club, guys. One last thing. One last time. Thank you for Jen. Thanks again to Jen for being our latest subscriber. Best way to subscribe, best way to help the channel is with that subscription. So thank you so much. Thank you with the 1 like, the 1,000 likes, or the 10,000 likes, or the 26,000 likes, like Jen A. 27,000 now. Thank you so much. $5 super chats are in the link tree, but also that's where our Discord is, guys. It's the end of the night. Jump in the Discord. Jump in. Okay, let's. Oh man, dude, it's the end of the night. This is a co-host. We'll see how this goes. Hi. Whoa, how's it going?
Well, how are you?
Good. What's up?
Where are you from?
San Diego. Where are you from?
Okay. China.
Oh, cool.
You want battle?
What do you guys think, guys? You guys want to do a battle? Do you want a battle?
It's okay.
This is my second battle ever. I just did one for the first time, like an hour ago.
Okay. Sorry. My English, I just understand a little English.
That's okay.
Yes, I can speak Spanish. Yes.
Oh, you
a little
can?
Spanish.
Habla español. Más o menos. All right. Well.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
So, see you.
Okay. See you. Bye. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to get out of those guys. I don't know what's going on with those. Anyway, sorry, guys. It's not my style. I don't know. It's not my style. I decline them. Okay. Yeah, I probably should. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I wonder if I can anyway. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. Not right now, Gary. I'm toasted, man. 4.5 hours deep. So that was, but yeah, later for sure. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. was an awesome stream. That was so cool. Like to go. It was so touching and informative with Michael. What an awesome member of the community. So cool. And that was just, yeah, Bobby, thank you for coming in and requesting, man. That was so cool. You're such a unique and awesome human being. I really appreciate you. I can't wait to talk to you more. All right, guys. I guess this is it. This is goodbye for the night. I hope everything, I hope you have a good day, and go do something nice for someone. You know, look out for one another. Okay. Yeah, I will. I'll post it, Dr. T. All right. At least the first 5 minutes is weird. This guy jumped in, was super toxic right off the bat, and I was like, oh man, is this gonna be this kind of stream? It's gonna be wild. All right, guys. Thanks so much. I really appreciate you guys. As always, have a good night. Be nice to someone. See you soon. Bye.